You only hit me up, only in the moonlight. Only wanna fuck, only in the moonlight. Only wanna love, only in the moonlight. Moonlight.
I tried to do the timer, but the timer was acting very janky. So it's back to us. What's going on, everybody?
Gucci, how's everybody doing?
All
Good,
right, all
good,
right.
good. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the CJK experience. I am your host, Mr. CJ Kyles, aka the High Value Nurse, here on this side of YouTube. Should be a good day. Should be a fun episode. I got some good stuff for you all. And as you know, we do it as we do. It's Sunday, one of my favorite days of the week now. How's everybody's week been going?
Good.
Wonderful. Mm-hmm.
It's
Good,
good.
good, good. Yeah, good, good. Yeah, I've been grinding, y'all. Y'all been working? King Gene, I know you've been working. What y'all been up to lately?
I found a new agency and I've been working.
I
Okay.
hear
Oh,
that.
that's what's up.
Man, I these sisters that came to the job last night put me to shame. Put me to shame. I felt a little embarrassed actually. These sisters was
Yeah.
like, yeah, I'm on my 12th day, 12-hour shift on that stretch. I said, my God. I said, oh, I'm effing up. I got to step it up. These sisters got a couple kids. Some got maybe one or two kids. And I'm like, I don't got no kid. Ain't no excuse why I'm not working at least 8 days. But, she do it a stretch and then
Take time off.
she take time off. She, do her 12 and
Yeah.
then do a week off. So I was like, I salute that. I
Yeah.
salute that. Um,
Hmm.
that was pretty dope. But so yeah, so y'all been working this week?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely,
That's
man.
good.
Trying to
I've
get them
been
in.
working, of course.
What you been doing, Nurse Roxy?
Man, wheels and deals. So you know, I'm currently a senior analyst at an insurance company, right?
Hmm.
And uh I was offered a sweet gig at another company to do
Hmm.
some real niche work. And I decided to move forward. I accepted the offer and everything. So now I try to get my behind together. Thank you. I try to get my behind together because guess what? I'm gonna have to draft up a beautiful love letter. Thank you, but I gotta go. So,
Wait, so to your previous company.
so yes, to my current master.
Okay, okay.
Not my
So your
current
current
master.
master.
Yeah, yeah. Listen, when I tell you, you should have seen me accepting that offer. Man, it was something.
Mm,
But yeah,
mm.
such is life.
So you're not gonna leave crazy. You just gonna leave the right way. You're gonna be like, you know what?
Or
I'm
they're
gonna
gonna be
just
devastated when I go
like,
because they offered me a promotion and I accepted it. But I'm gonna tell you the whole the whole thing was although they offered me the promotion, um, I was checking to see what the situation was with it, and it was kind of let's just say they created a lot more hype on the promotion and didn't really they didn't it wasn't official when I did the background check to see the status of it. It was more just a front end promotion. They didn't really complete the back end, so I think that they were just trying to bait me in so I don't leave. So they probably
mhm.
was getting an inclination that I was going to bounce, but I'm going to go.
Okay. Let me ask y'all, but you know what? That's an impromptu question that I got for y'all. Are y'all loyal to any? Do you believe in being loyal to a job? Do you
I'm
have
loyal
any
to
type of loyalty?
the money.
Okay, so it's about the bag. King Gene,
Mm-hmm.
are you loyal to the gig?
I am the only gig I'm loyal to in my own business. I have a small
Oh,
business. That's the only thing I'm loyal to. Anything
That's
else,
right,
I ain't.
King Gene.
I ain't with that. I'm, if you're gonna build it yourself for your family, keep it, be loyal to it. But anybody else, hey, I'm going where the money at.
That's right.
Okay, I ain't mad at that. I am not mad at that one bit, ladies and gentlemen.
We feel
All
like
right.
Tom Cruise.
So you said what?
We feel like Tom Cruise. Show me the
The money.
money.
Mhm.
Listen. That's the worst thing you can show some black educated people some money. They like, I'm gone.
Oh yeah.
Out of here. Out of here.
I'm acting like I ain't even know you.
Real quick. That's a whole fact. I'm not. I'm so loyal. I'm loyal to CJ's pockets. I am not loyal to.
I
They be
know that's
like,
right.
so yesterday was my last day on my contract at my job.
Speaking of which,
Right. And then, they go, was it any way, we could get you to come work directly for the company? I said, oh no.
Oh no.
Why would I do that? That wouldn't make any sense to me. So wait, you telling me that you want me to go back to working a full-time schedule, getting paid every 2 weeks,
Penny.
asking you when I can get off,
I
take
know
a
that's right.
pay cut. I literally broke it down to the person that asked me, to the DON. And I said, so you want me to go back to that? She says, well, when you put it that way, it really doesn't make much sense now, does it? I said, no, it does not. It doesn't make that much sense. Why would I take a pay cut, go back to getting paid every 2 weeks, and have to ask when I can get off when I could just simply get off when I want to get off? It makes no sense whatsoever. But such is life. Now, I'm not gonna say I wouldn't have considered the idea, but it would have had to been on my terms. I would have been like, well, okay, well, here's the deal. You want me to stay and keep coming out there? Here's the thing. I need $65 an hour.
I
And I
know that's
also
right.
need to be PRN, and I need this in writing in a contract. But even then, I don't even know if I would have did it then, because that place is known for bouncing checks.
Mm,
Mm-mm.
Bouncing checks, the
mm.
company. And the even funnier part about that, the gentleman who owns all of the facilities, he just bought a $26 million mansion out in Beverly Hills.
Ah!
This is a business, ladies and gentlemen. This is corporate.
Listen,
All you nurses out there that think you doing it for the love, you better stop the damn cap or get a dose of
mm-mm.
reality.
Yeah.
Because while y'all checks bouncing, he just bought another mansion. He got one here in West Bloomfield. He just bought another one in Hollywood Hills. So you better be loyal to them pockets. I'm finna send him an email and his favorite bottle of whatever he drink, so I can get the game. Why you playing? I ain't
Listen. He said that's where his revenue cycle at.
That's a whole fact. The vital machines ain't working.
Mm.
Pulse socks barely work. People barely want to come to the job. All that kind of stuff. Meanwhile, he just bought a $26 million mansion. I ain't a hater. I just know not to work for him.
Man.
He using somebody's paycheck to clean the pool.
Man, that's a whole fact. King Jen, you ever been in a crazy situation like that, or had some kind of wild employment where the management just didn't care?
Oh yeah, I did. My very first job, man, I was working for a software company, and that's actually where we got in contact. We had a contract, I should say, with the Navy, Coronado.
Mhm.
They had some RFID readers that we had to program, whole lot of stuff. But I went to the bank. I'm confident. You know what I mean? I just got off work. It's Friday, man. I'm finna go do some things.
Hey.
I signed that check and slid it into the teller, man, and she said, Mr. Luton. I said, huh? But see, they don't call it. They don't use your last name until something horrible finna happen. She said, Mr. Luton. I said, yes, ma'am. She said, the account that you are trying to withdraw this money from is empty. So I called him. I called the guy who had owned it. I said, hey, man, is something you need to tell me? Because now listen, and especially this important, CJ, because this was my first job out of college, man. And I'm thinking I'm finna ball out, and this man can't pay me, and he got a contract with the Navy. And so
Oh man, King
he
Dean, can
moved.
I ask if it's not my business, just let me know.
Go
But
ahead, bro.
how much was the check for? This I'm assuming this was a while ago.
Yeah, yeah. It
So
was a while ago. It was for about $1,600.
oh my god.
About $1,600. That's what
So
it
what did
was.
he say?
When I called him,
Yeah.
I'll call you back.
What?
But see, this is what he did, D. And when I got back to work that Monday, I talked to
You
him.
went back to work?
Yeah, because he moved the 1,600 from his personal account over so I could get paid.
Okay.
Hey, Brandon.
Uh-huh.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing?
Hey, Brandon.
What
Hey,
up?
hold
What
on. Give
up?
me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
But
All
now
right.
D, that's what he was saying. D, he said that what had happened was the Navy had, and I don't look, I don't believe it, but he said the Navy had delayed in paying him.
Okay.
So he had to delay in paying us.
Oh.
Yeah,
Mm.
so
Well, he
but I
thought y'all
got
was
my
gonna
money.
them checks when he put them in your hand. Y'all wasn't gonna delay the cash, the motherfuckers.
So wasn't. And then delay to get to work on time, them 2 weeks that we worked. What's
Man.
happening now?
Heck
Man,
yeah.
you a good one. I wouldn't have went back there.
Me either.
Well, I wanted my money. I had worked 2 weeks too. You finna give me mine. I need that.
I feel you though. I
Uh-huh.
feel you. Man, he said the banker said Mr. Luton, Mr. Lutt. You said you know something wrong when they used the last name.
Oh, I'm in trouble now. I'm in trouble. Or
I said, huh?
Look, D, either she saw my ID and there was some folks that were looking for me. One of the two. Something was going on. I don't know.
Man, you got my side hurt, bro. That's so funny. But Brandon, what's good, y'all? What's good, man? You got it.
What's going on?
Not much, man. I'm glad you had the chance to come through, man. Yeah, Brandon is a ICU nurse, getting it in, getting to the bag, man. Always giving me game. He'd be like, CJ, stop going on so many vacations.
That ain't the game.
Nah, but we chop it up though. But what's going on with you, Brandon? What's up?
Not much, man. Just maintaining, man. Just maintaining.
Cool. Brandon, I just told them before you came up, I got, they wanted me to come work directly for the company. And King Gene gave a story about his pay situation. Have you ever had an event happen to where somebody tried to play you on your money or something like that?
No, not really. I like to get my stuff worked out before I show up. So
Okay.
no, not really.
Gotcha.
You never had no bounce checks or nothing.
No, I ain't got no problems.
That's beautiful. He be working for reputable people, Brandon do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I take less money to work for a more reputable company. I take a little less.
Yeah, this place asked me to resign. Well, come work directly through the company because my contract was up. And I just told them it would make no common sense reason.
Oh, you mean the hospital actually work directly with them?
No. I'm at a long-term care facility, so they asked me to come work directly for them, and I said no. And I said it would make
what was the pay?
The pay wasn't worth it.
Oh,
I'll be taking it would be me taking a pay cut. And I said, why would I do that?
Oh, you don't say that. So I have my people speak to your people, and we can try to work something out.
I talked to the DON. I said, well, you can contact another one of these agencies, have them talk to me. But I said, I can't work through you. And I broke it down. It would make absolutely no sense.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm taking a pay cut. I got to ask when I can be off. Why would I do that?
Oh, that means she like you though. So that means she gonna do what she got to do to get you back there. Don't worry about that.
Well, yeah, we can always talk business. You can always talk business. I'm always open to negotiate, but not working directly. But anyway, all right, cool. So I'm glad everybody is here. And I may drop the link for people later, but I'll be getting some trolls. But anyway, I want to get into the first. Moment of the show. One of my favorite moments of the show. It is called the befuddled moment of the week, and this left me quite befuddled. Hold on 1 second. I had it all ready to go. Now I gotta go back and get it working. But I guess I can transition into this. Let me ask the two ladies on the panel a question. Ladies, you all work very, very hard. You work very hard for the things that you have. Would you be comfortable? Would you be comfortable with solely for the rest of your days being the sole income provider in your household? And I'm asking because it ties into my befuddled moment of the week.
My husband would have to be something would have to be going on, and if something was going on with him physically, like he could not like work, then I would do that. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Danny D.
He disabled or something?
No, not disabled.
I'm befuddled.
No, not disabled. What's going on, Candid Ann? Candid Ann, lovely, lovely evening. Candid Ann, if you are free, if you're not at work, I know you probably grinding, but if you're not, I will gladly shoot you the link if you'd like to come on up here.
Is he depressed?
No, he just doesn't want to go to work.
I'm trying to find a reason why this nigga not working.
Okay.
Ain't no. I mean, okay, so not for the rest of my days. Now, if you just need to take a break, I could offer you a break.
Okay.
But not forever.
Cool. If I can ask everybody to mute their mics for me, we are about to get into what happens, fellas, when you become a stay-at-home father, when you become a stay-at-home mate, whatever you want to call it. In some cases, let me not say all because that's not fair. I'm not going to say all. You can't say all cases. But we are definitely in a unique situation. So let's get into the video.
I'm the provider, and he's the stay-at-home parent. I'm the provider, and he's the stay-at-home parent. What don't he get?
Bro, you sound stupid, bro.
So you don't stay at home all day? Did you go to work today? Did you go to work last week? Did you go to work the day before? Okay.
Did I pay this? Did I pay that? Did I pay that?
What he pay? What you pay?
What I pay?
What you pay?
What you pay?
Rent.
You want to be
light
real?
bill.
What did you
phone
pay?
bill. Look, I'm naming talking about what I pay.
What you buy on Christmas?
What I pay. Barbie. Quiet.
Everybody got money. What do money mean?
Not you.
What do money mean?
You.
How you know?
You ain't got no permit.
How you know?
You ain't got no permit.
Your man gonna be can't get no credit.
Look at you talking
about. I don't care. I don't care.
Get it together.
That's what you can say. I'm 29.
It's not you. You're 30.
I'm 29.
You're 30.
29.
You're 30.
It's not you.
You're 30.
You lying.
You're 30. Get it together.
You don't even know kids growing up crying.
I do.
Like
look, what did he just say?
Right,
he said, "Y'all gonna finna give you something to cry about in front of my son. I'm finna give my son something to cry about."
Right.
You can say is I'm bald head.
I didn't go to work today because of why?
You ain't go to work since 2 weeks ago.
Why I ain't go to work today?
You ain't been to work in 2 weeks, bro.
Why I ain't go to work today?
You only perfect for Instagram today. You don't pay.
Bro.
You're a stay-at-home parent and you're supposed to stay here and cook and clean and take care of my kids while I pay the bills. How about that?
Bro, you ain't getting no shit. And ain't nobody gonna stay at home. You keep saying it's like playing that camera.
We're waiting.
You keep talking about some stay at home.
We're waiting.
Okay.
Befuddled.
King Gene, since this whole segment was started because of you, I'll let you take this one first. What was your first thoughts when you saw this?
Man, listen. If it's an arrangement between the two of them, okay. All right, now that's what y'all agree on. But now speaking for me personally, never. This ain't never gonna happen. Because like my daddy said, as long as you got hands, son, you can work. So as far as I'm concerned, that's what a man is supposed to do. That's what we do. We protect and provide. So and then because of the fact that he's not providing in the way that she feels he should, now he's emasculated. Look at the way she's talking to him. She talking to this man like he one of the children instead of her mate. Yeah, she talk the language that she used that when she talking to her little son or her little daughter. So you don't put yourself in that position if you're working. If you're you out there, you hustling, you might not can pay all the bills at this particular point. You may not. You may not even be able to meet the 50-50 standard that some women have, but you out doing something. You ain't just sitting at the house on the PlayStation 5 trying to, whoop other guys on Madden. You ain't doing that. You out trying to be productive. And evidently he's not, and that's why he talking or the way he talking. He upset because he's emotional. Because he's taking on the position he shouldn't.
But did you hear when she said, your job is to sit here and take care of my kids?
Right.
While I'm at work.
Right. He ain't even got no ownership in the children. She done took that from him too.
She said, my kids. And then on top of that, all that energy, she was letting her nuts hang she was talking to him. She was definitely letting her nuts hang.
That's right.
She say, I paid her. He say, what you do? What you pay? She said, rent. B, talk to me. What was your thoughts when you saw that?
He crazy, she crazy, somebody crazy. But I wouldn't ask him why he didn't go to work. I would just turn the camera on him and ask him what happened. But I think that's modern day women, man. Think about it. Women got more student loan debt than anybody else in society. So they're going to school for a reason, man. They're not going home and going to school just to sit at home. So I don't know. It's one of those things where eventually that's what's going to happen. You start off doing 50-50, then it turns to 60-40, 70-30, then all hell break loose, man. So, I'd rather not even go there. We don't even bring up 50-50 don't exist in me. So
that's a whole fact. We don't do 50.
I mean, once you start going down that slope, it's like crack, man. It's just going to get bad. Eventually, it's going to get bad. So just leave that alone.
My granddaddy always used to say the solution to most problems are going to work. And that right there was something that probably could have been solved with going to work. Now, this chick came on the camera with a bonnet and 2,000 people watching live and totally and utterly disrespected this man. Now, this is why King Gene, everybody on the panel, this is why I always say that from the ages of 16 to 30, a man should be working on building himself up to the man. I even go as far as saying 35 and not be focused on that, because you don't ever want to be in a situation like this. Fellas, I don't care how much she loves you. I don't care. If you laying up in a woman's house, because that's her house.
Mm-hmm.
If you laying up in her house,
that's her house.
Not paying no bills, she's going to disrespect you. It's only a matter of time. Hypergamy is a real thing. Okay. Danielle, what you get when you saw that?
I said she's stupid. Like, why is you with this man if you don't like him? Because clearly you don't like him.
She like him. She like him. She just don't like her living arrangements with him, but she like him.
No, she don't like him. You don't talk to a man you like that.
I think she lost respect for him, but I think she might like him though.
No.
She disrespect.
You don't talk to a man that you like that.
She want a babysitter.
Because if I don't respect you, I don't like you either. If I respected you and I don't respect you no more, no, I don't like you. Because you did something to take that respect away.
He ain't go to work.
Yeah, so I don't like you.
He ain't go to work, boy. Go to work.
And then it sounds like not only did he not go to work, he was not at home taking care of her kids and cleaning. Now, if I was him, though.
Hold on, her kids?
That's what she said. She said my kids.
Her kids. She said her kids.
Yeah, that's what she said.
And then for him, if I was him, instead of being all emotional about it, I'd say like, hell yeah, bitch. I ain't paid no bills. I ain't taking care of your funky ass kids. I'm about to go ahead and eat up all they fucking snacks. And I'm still not paying for shit. And I'm still gonna be here dicking you down.
Oh, that's a fact, because most of these chicks are laid up with niggas with no job.
This is true.
And with no job, but they slanging them. Slaying them. That's why I don't get mad at Pookie and Ray Ray. This is why I don't care about that. Why do you want a woman that wants that? You dig what I'm saying? I don't care about that. And this is what the problem is on the internet. Nurse, Roxy. I already know what Nurse Roxy's finna say, but Nurse Roxy, please
Listen,
go ahead. What did you
I'm,
think when
I'm
you
I'm
saw?
with Brandon. I'm with Brandon on this. She likes him. This is the kind of some you got some women who got a like mammy complex with them, and they like running the yard. You know, they want a man that they can control. They want him to be like a dog. Maybe for her, it's like it's probably a confidence thing for her. You know what I mean? Because the thing about it is most women would be almost embarrassed to show that man not working,
Mm,
but like with, Nurse Didi was pointing out, but instead of actually showing, instead of having that kind of humility, she's out there like she's, and can we be honest, sometimes this stuff is generational. She probably has a father who wasn't much of a producer or probably wasn't around, and for her, a man who's not a producer is fine, you know. She's not looking for high value, nothing, For her, this is fine. In fact, she wants to be the prize. So she orchestrates a situation where she's the prize. And then this is her behavior, subsequent to her thinking that, this is how she's gonna I guess the leverage she's gonna have in a relationship. I've
mm,
seen women do this. And I like I've seen women do it even in my family where they'll date somebody who I'm like listening to them talk to the dude. I'm like, wow, you are mad disrespectful to this guy. Like, how is this even working? Like, this is weird. But then what you see is like she likes the it's that sense of security. Like, he can't go anywhere if he feels stupid, if he feels incompetent, if he feels like he can't do anything without you. And so that's what she's doing. She's putting him down so he can kind of almost remind him, you should be happy to be with me.
mm.
When your family members
Nurse,
did that, did you like ask them like, girl, what's wrong with you?
In the beginning, I was questioning it all the time because for me, I guess in my own, maybe again, I'm a Cosby kid, you know what I mean? So I kind of grew up with the mindset like that just two-parent household, people got to be professionals, you know what I mean? And I grew up in a two-parent household myself. So for me, kind of like that nuclear family and that the two professional kind of thing. Like I've kind of indoctrinated that mindset. So when I seen people in my family who grew up in that same structure, but they went the route of having like this man that they're like dealing with like that, my initial questions was kind of like how long do you think this can last?
mhm.
Because somebody like that, you don't want to get pregnant by that person type of person. So it's like you don't want to start a family with that person. So then what is it? And what you see is they actually put aside starting families. And that's what I seen that really surprised me. You're talking about at least 5 or 6 years strong, no children, no marriage, nothing. And I'm like, damn. So really the end result is that you really just don't want to be lonely. You didn't want your feelings hurt. You didn't want to, anybody playing you. So you said, I'll take the leverage, I'll use this as leverage more so, so it's
But you never
interesting
specifically asked
dynamics.
them. You was just questioning yourself to why they did that.
No, I've asked them in the beginning, like, are you really taking this
What they
person
say?
serious? I mean, sometimes you get the like I got the answer once that is like one was always acting like she could break up, and then like the other one, she always act like one always act like she could break up with him at any time. But from the I'm looking at the track record, like you're afraid to be by yourself, so you ain't gonna break up with him. And then the other one, she like would say things like, "Oh, I don't if I try to kick him out before, and he don't have no place to go." So then there's kind of like that broken wing kind of thing, like a little taking in a broken, like a lost puppy kind of thing.
Let me ask you a question, Nurse Roxy and Danielle. Are y'all okay with men being 50-50? Are y'all okay going 50-50 with a man as far as financials?
No.
Yeah, I can't like sometimes even if my husband will ask me to do certain things, I'll like even have like it's like he'll be like, I never mind. Cause I'll just get like real, like I'll turn into an accountant.
Why is that? Why don't you? And I have no problem with it, but I just want to know for the guys that may be listening, that tell me I need to do more red pill content, which I'm not a whatever. I'm in my own lane. But for the
I
guys
know
that
that's
want some red pill content, can you just tell the guys, well, why might that be a problem being 50-50 with a man? For you.
For me, it's a problem because What is you talking about? I don't even understand the question. Like,
Why wouldn't you want to be 50-50?
Why would I be paying half of the bills? Why would I do that? Like, I gotta wake up and get the kids cleaned up, fed, off to school. I gotta come home and make sure everything in the house is bought, everything is taken care of, all the clothes. I'm doing all this stuff here. Why am I paying bills? Like, what are you talking about? I'm not a wife that's not going to do her job. I do my job. My job is to take care of everyone in the home. So if I've done that, that is my 50%. That is my 50% contribution.
Blooming Ebony said if they want a very feminine woman, 50-50 will not work. It won't work. Nurse Roxy, what's the 50? What's wrong with that for you? Does it make him seem less of a man if he asks you to go half on the bills?
I think for me is like, first of all, I think my husband wouldn't allow it. Like he just wouldn't do it. And I don't think I really see. I think it's an interesting situation because some people consider. I've had these conversations before, and I just want to be very eloquent when I say this, or as clear as possible. Sometimes when this conversation is being like it's undertaken, the issue usually is kind of understanding what that means, that 50% on that women's end. So like say if that 50% is okay, what you're saying is the bills straight down the middle, right?
Right.
I think that can make that when it's like the mortgage and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that can be like Ebony said, that can really lead into some masculine behaviors. Now, there is another problem though. So I am the type of person, I like spending my money on me. And see, there's things I'm not going to ask my husband to do. And so there's things that for him, that's kind of like 50-50 on his end, that I'm not asking him for that. Like, for example, if I want to go get a car, I'm not asking him for money to get a car. I'm going to buy a car with my money. You understand? Like when I want to do things, I spend my money to do it. So it's like, to me, I think that's kind of like the 50-50 situation in my household. And I'm only making that distinction because for some women, that 50-50, like you got to really break it down when it comes to women. Like it's not simple like what you think. Like men are far more logical. When you're saying 50-50, you mean just bills and stuff like that straight down the middle. If a woman has a like very expensive taste and spends a lot of money on clothes and just like lavish things and just lifestyle stuff, like sometimes 50% on that for that kind of woman that kind of woman's mindset is her paying, like buying things with her own money. Like she want to buy a Louis bag, she buying it with her money. So like I don't know, I'm kind of in that 50-50 mindset when it comes to that. But I'm not splitting no bills down the middle because that's your responsibility. And not only that, that's not because I want it that way. That's because that's what he wants.
Okay. So if it was though, if your husband said, I need you to get half these bills because I feel like it'll be equal between us.
No, I'm gonna turn into an accountant. No.
So do you believe men and women are equal then when it comes
No,
to
never.
domestic relationships?
No,
Okay.
we're not equal. I ain't trying to be equal when it's snowing outside and stuff like that. The things I've seen him do, only a man could do.
I respect that. What about you, Danny?
Anybody doing no 50-50?
No, I'm talking about, do you believe men and women are equal in terms of domesticated situations?
No.
All right.
We 50-50 on you paying these bills and I'm taking care of the house. That is the 50%. Like
That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying, CJ? You see how DD just said that? Women got different explanation of 50-50 now.
Right, but we all y'all both agreed that when it comes to the bills,
no.
Right.
Because I mean, if I'm gonna pay half them bills, are you gonna clean this house every other day? I mean, because it would have to be like the whole house. Because I clean the whole house every day. Because it's 4 boys. This house actually has to be cleaned every day.
Oh boy,
like there's not a day. We clean up on the weekend in the beginning when we wake up, and by the time it's time for bed, we gotta clean up again before we go to sleep because they just be when they see a clean floor, they have to dirty it. So, are you gonna clean up this house every other day? Because then that's 50%. And I don't want it half clean. I want it vacuumed. I want it dusted. I want the dishes washed and put up. I want the clothes folded and put up. I mean, that's what I do. I want you to cook for these kids. I want you to make sure that they done had their bath. I need you to make sure that they done their homework and the extra studies that I provide for them. Because homework that the school give is not enough for me. So if you're going to do all that, then we can talk about 50-50 because then you actually are doing 50%. But if you're just talking about 50% on bills.
Right. So as a whole, I get that. That's your contribution to the house and to the relationship by that part. Yeah, for sure. I dig that. King Gene, let me ask you a question. 50-50 man, you believe in that?
No, sir. Absolutely not. Never have, never will.
Absolutely not.
Never have, never will. Never will. Because and then I'll tell you why I say that. Because we initiate this thing. We are the ones who bring this situation about. You drop the one knee, you present a ring, and you ask her to marry you. If she's favorable to it, she takes your last name. So that means that the care that her father was responsible for giving her is now upon you. And see, like Nurse Roxy said, there is a different kind of description for each woman when it comes to 50-50. So, but we don't even have to get into that confusion because that situation won't exist. That's one thing we will not have to argue about because in regards to the bills and the things that have to be done to contribute to make the household work, I'm on that. The only thing I'm asking, and I don't think the women to be too mad at me for saying this, only thing I'm asking for is a kiss before I leave for work. And when I come home, I need you in the kitchen wearing something very, very thin. That's all I need. I'm good after that. I'm straight. I will work from sun up to sundown if that's the case. I'm good.
I don't know about the very, very thin. My boys is horn dogs. And then they be challenging my husband. Like they'll give me a hug. And then my husband will say something. And then like my youngest one, he just turned 3 the other day, will look him square in his eye. I mean, you see him look this man in his eye. And then turn around and give me kisses and hugs.
Well, boys can be very protective of their mother. So.
Yo, it's amazing to see these little boys so young. Like, where did y'all get this from? That y'all is willing to challenge this big man.
Well, then D. Okay, then D. Since that's the case, then I need you to be wearing something thin when it's time to go to bed. Is that okay?
That's good.
All right, we good then. We in
they be rubbing all up on me. I'll be like, oh.
Forget the thin. Just don't wear nothing. Skip all that.
Oh Lord Jesus.
That's even better, brother.
Yeah, skip all that. You ain't gotta just, make sure your edges is right. You got the shellac popping.
Shellac, yep.
Yeah, that's all the player can ask for. You dig? So all right. B, anything you want to add to this before we move on to the next topic?
No, I just think I think most dudes need to think twice before they get themselves in that type of situation. I think if you ain't got your shit together, leave it alone, man. It ain't worth it. Like, take your time, go slow.
I'm the provider.
Oh, my bad. I accidentally played it again. But
that's funny right there. You don't want that. See, you don't want that in your living room every night. You don't want that.
No. I am the provider.
I'm pretty sure he go to sleep hearing that every night. When he wake up, that's what he hears.
Terrible. That's a horrible existence, ain't it?
I mean, I just hope
I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I just hope he went to work after that.
I hope so too, bro.
No, because she ain't gonna require him.
No. He shouldn't even go home afterward. He need to go sleep in the car and just go keep going.
He probably live there. He ain't going to work because I think she honestly like him at home, so she can humiliate him and belittle him and control him.
I want to know how she got 2,000 people to watch her talk like this.
I mean, that's
she probably talk like that to him all the time. They probably tuning in.
Well, then that's his job. They tuning in to see him get talked to like that. That's his job.
There's Didi, you funny.
I'm just saying, because that's a lot of people to be watching you.
Yeah,
I thought the same thing. I was like, how she get so many people to? Unless people sharing it, she probably was going in for a minute. Who knows?
Yeah, in the bonnet too. Don't forget that. So like, and she was going, and she said the only thing you can do is call me bald head. I said, wow. I said,
Mm.
wow. But all right, cool. We finna move on to the next topic. That was a fun topic. That's always one of my favorite parts of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, Kiara Shear, and if you just tuning in, you are watching the CJK Experience, the hottest podcast on Sundays, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I have the panel rocking here, and we are about to get into the next topic. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Kiara Sheard has been in the news. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with Kiara Sheard, she is a gospel singer. She is the daughter of Bishop. Let me put some respect on his
Put some
name.
respect on
Bishop
it.
J. Drew Sheard. My mom will get on me if I didn't say that right. And his wife, Karen Clark Sheard,
Yeah.
um, of the
Clark
very
sister.
famous gospel group, the Clark Sisters.
Yeah.
Now, I come from a Kojic background. They are Church of God in Christ. As my mother would say, you are fifth generation Kojic. She don't think I be listening, but I do. And she made some statements. Now, this woman is married. Kiara Sheard is married. She has a husband.
Finally.
You said finally.
Because
She
she was
has
a
a
virgin
husband.
all that time. Like that's
You believe that?
a lot.
You believe that?
That's what she said.
Hmm. I know what
Yeah, I
she's.
don't know.
We say a lot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna believe my lady. I enjoy watching her on her reality show. She was a virgin.
That's what they say.
Waiting for
All
the
right.
husband dick.
All right. Well, I got a bridge to sell you too. But okay. So Kiara Sheard said her friends cannot stay in the house with her house, stay in the house with her husband.
Period.
So meaning that if they come from out of town, she's not gonna put them up at her house. They have to get a hotel or something like that. Let me read you some of the article. And I guess I can share this part too. Well, no, I don't need to share it. But I'll read you some of the article real quick. It says Kiara Sheard, who was a gospel singer, is receiving some clapbacks for stating some rules in her marriage. She stated that there must be boundaries in marriage. She feels passionately about it being necessary to set boundaries with her friends. She has single friends and she has to represent herself differently as a married woman. Sheard admitted that her mother placed those seeds into her. Her mother, Karen Clark Sheard, taught her that you can't let another woman into your household. Talking about specifically her single friends. When page 6 asked her about whether her mother helped her into this belief, she responds as follows, and I quote, absolutely. My mama has already. Look, don't have too many people in your house. Don't get comfortable. I don't care how good you trust or whatever it is. I'm very mindful and careful. I will buy a friend a hotel room before I let them stay at my house. However, I am a prayerful woman to discern the space that I am in. I am also very cautious of what purpose I am supposed to serve in this person's life. While I am a very prayerful woman, I'm always also asking God outside of mom to direct me. In this season, I am supposed to let them into my home because we as believers, we believe what we have, we are supposed to share with others, but I'm not sharing my man. Since I'm not sharing my man, I have to be cautious with everything else that I share as far as with him being there too. That's a lesson that I get. And I think it's such a thing as a balance. So, with hearing that, do you all feel that Kiara Clark Sheard is in the right for not allowing women to stay at her house if they're coming out of town with her husband and herself? Or is she tripping? Is she doing too much? Does she not trust her man? Brandon, let me start with you. What do you think about that?
I mean, I'm not married, so I'm probably the wrong one to answer this question. But I think she has a point. I mean, if that's how she feels and that's the way she was raised, I feel like she has a point. I mean, I think I'm a very talkative person, and I like to get to know people. And usually the person I'm talking to, I usually get to know their friends and stuff. But they don't ever come to the house like that. Um, and if they do, it's probably like a party function where it's like a party, and it's kind of known that it's allowed to come over. But just to come over to spend the night, not so much. But like I said, I think I'm the wrong one. Maybe Roxy or one of the married people on the panel could probably give a better answer than I could. But I do think she has a point that when you are married, you have to represent yourself in a different light than when you were single. And I think that in today's society, a lot of women aren't doing that, and I think it's kind of setting the wrong standards. So I think she has a point, and I think she got some guidance probably from her mom, who's a married woman, who's giving her some good game and insight.
All right. I agree. But before I get into what I'll say, Nurse Roxy, what do you think? You're married.
Nobody can be around my man. Let me tell you, I'm gonna be honest with you. When we first got married, he has a cousin has a few friends, and uh and they kind of roll tight with each other. She has like a clique of friends she was with. She's an AKA, she's a part of Jack and Jill or whatever. And
Oh,
her
Jack and
friend,
Jill?
her
Oh, never mind. That's a
yeah,
whole nother discussion. Go ahead.
hope listen, child. That's my husband, his family. They into all that stuff. And
Okay.
so she came over with her friends, and I mean they were like, you're uppity puppities, but nothing raunchy was going on, but I still didn't, I really wasn't too cool with it. But I did host them. Woke up nice and early, made breakfast. I gave them, robes and, stuff to wash up, but whatever it is to be hospitable, because I knew they were coming. I was anticipating their arrival. So I did take care of them. But I wasn't really crazy about that. But there was one incident where I had a friend of mine who historically has slept with her cousin's husband, multiple cousins of hers. She slept with their
Huh?
husbands while they were married to their husbands. Um, and because of that track record, I never, when I tell you, I remember one day she was telling, she was myself, her, and my husband. She had stopped over my house in between seeing her clients because she's a nurse, and she stopped over my house, and she said to me, she was asking my husband about some advice on something, and she had a nerve to actually turn her lips and say, Raquel, let me talk to him. You always have him. Pretty much, like, because it was something they were like three talking, and I was just like saying, well, chiming in, give my little 2 cents. And she said, oh, no, I just want his opinion. You always have him.
She says my turn.
Child, when I tell you my little mind, I don't know how I interpreted all of that. And I'm telling you, that was the last time she was in my house. And I tell you, I remember just like I was so through with it. It's so funny. Do you know the Zoe Williams show?
Yeah, I know Zoe.
Yes. I so I was listening to one of his programs, and I had called into his show because it was a similar like situation. And he was just ragging on me because he was just like, no, he was like that. That's like not at all, because that's completely just ridiculous,
Mm-hmm.
just ridiculous. I had to cut her off after that. So I don't play with my man like that.
Mm. Before I get to the next person, y'all, I just want y'all to take a second to look at this panel. It's over $500,000 on this panel right now, ladies and gentlemen. With everybody, in their professional careers and everything like that. I feel proud to host a panel with such a lot of, with a lot of professional people on there. This is
High value.
right,
A whole
right.
lot of money in his mother.
Yeah. So I can dig that. Not trying to put your business out there, but you know,
Mhm.
it is what it is. But all right, King Gene. King Gene, how you
I
feel about
think,
that?
look, brother, I think her mother gave us some wise advice. But now I'm on detour just a second, okay? And
All
I
right.
think the reason why that advice was given her is because we're talking about a family of believers, right?
Yep.
So now if you're looking at Matthew 19:6, that gives you all the information you need to know. Because
What's the verse?
uh,
You
if
got it?
you if you have, well, I can tell you what, let's do it then.
Yeah, might as well.
19:6. It said, now I'm looking at the New Living Translation. It says, since they are no longer two but one, Let no one split apart what God has joined together.
Amen.
So that last part, let no one. So Nurse Roxy taking the approach that she taking, Kira Shear taking the approach that she taking, I think it's all well and good because you never know. You know, we don't attribute bad motives to anybody, but you never know who's sitting in the stands ready to get in the game.
Yep.
And so you and we'll just take Nurse Roxy because she gave the example. Her and her husband have a powerful dynamic, and she has cousins or women on the outside looking at their dynamic and wanting to have that dynamic. And so when they get the opportunity to come in and steal it, that's what they're going to do. So you can't let anybody in that space. So I tell you what, if you coming to see me and you ain't got room for a hotel or money for a hotel, you might need to stay at the house. Don't even come.
Hello. Cool. Danny D. Thoughts, please, ma'am.
When I heard this, I agree completely. Because so when I was a little kid, I grew up listening to Kelly Price. And Kelly Price had a song and it said, she was a friend of mine.
So did.
And she used what she knew. You ain't about to use shit over here. You gonna get these hands. There's only one female ever that I would ever trust to sleep in my house, and that's my best friend. I've been knowing her since I was 12. We do not have the same taste in men at all, period. And even in trusting her, I'm gonna still keep my eye on her. I mean, no, you single, sis. Even if you married, even if we're not, even before we got married, if we're living together, you cannot come sleep in the house where I'm cohabitating with my man. Period. He don't need all that around him. So no, and I'm not about to buy you no hotel room. I'm not going half on the hotel room because before you came, we discussed it, and I let your ass know that you got to have somewhere to stay. I'm not friendly like that.
Especially if she's beautiful.
I don't care if you're ugly.
Well, I'm just saying, but that's the thing that people don't want to take into consideration.
Especially if she's ugly.
But if she's beautiful,
not if she's beautiful.
Ain't no woman gonna go for that. Women
not
know
if she's
who's
beautiful, especially if she's ugly. See, because them ugly ones be the ones that be. That's what the men be with. Them little side pieces be some ugly boogers because they just be letting you do whatever. No, they got too much freedom. Oh, she ugly. I ain't gotta watch her. No.
Yeah.
Big, ugly, broke. I'm keeping all my eyes, fingers, and toes on your ass.
Yeah, I told my mom actually brought this topic to my attention, and I said absolutely not. My own brother can't spend a night here.
And your brother, CJ? That's pretty
absolutely
tough.
Not. Absolutely not.
Did your brother got character? He just
he got character, but I don't play them games.
Right, he should understand that. You know,
I wouldn't want to know because the best form of security is prevention.
That's it.
Is he older or younger than you?
He's younger than me.
Wow.
No, absolutely not. My own brother can't spend a night here. Not if my woman here. No, that's a fact.
Even if you have even if you have a 3-bedroom home.
No, sir, can't do it. Take your grown ass to a hotel or something.
I done had one of my friends' fathers try to get with me.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't even want to create, not that I don't think my brother would ever do that to me. But again, I don't even want to create the opportunity.
The environment.
Just for the inception to take place. You dig what I'm saying? I wouldn't feel comfortable spending the night at another man's house and his wife is there. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. Brother, uncle, cousin, none of that. I don't do stuff like that because I've seen things happen from people that you would never suspect. Suspect. And I don't want to be even caught up in nothing. I don't even want the opportunity to write nothing. I don't play them games. I think she's very smart. And any woman that says it ain't that big of a deal, you don't value your man enough, or he must not be that good of a man. because most women, if they got a real good man, are very protective over they dude. Very. So no, I don't. I think she's absolutely in the right. King Gene, what would you do? What would you say if I don't know? You got brothers or male cousins?
Yeah, I got 3 brothers.
3 brothers. Your brother call you up, King Gene. I'm on my last. I'm on my last, bro. It's cold outside. Got no money. I need to stay with you and your wife for the night.
Not wife. Wife.
For the night, King Gene. Can I stay? I know your wife cooked them good meals.
Mm-mm.
You get what I'm saying? I need a nice home cooked meal for the night. She don't need to be wearing nothing thin when I get there. I just want something to eat. I just want something to eat, and I need somewhere to stay for the night.
Get his brother beat up.
It's cold outside, King Gene.
That's look. I understand the circumstance. I'll take you by McDonald's, get you something to eat, and then I'm gonna take you over here to Motel 7. I agree totally with you. Man, listen, you're not coming in my house, brother. You can't. And I don't mean no harm. I'm just okay. As a man talking to another man, your home is your castle, and you decide, who gonna do what. So if you telling me you in a situation, you shouldn't even be asking me, can you stay with me? You should be asking me, can you help me get a place to stay for the night? I got you on that.
Right.
I got you on that, but you can't stay with me. I love you, but you can't stay here. You can't.
I agree. Brandon, same situation.
My take a little different. I mean, my brother's like 12 years younger than me. He's 18 right now. So
prime smashing time.
Look at him, he got that stamina.
Listen,
prime
man,
smashing time.
Listen, I doubt he could outdo me, man. I'm sorry.
Shit now.
Like I'll let my brother come, man. He's my brother. I don't know. I just feel like I don't know, man. I come from a different place, man. So I'm gonna just say I ain't knocking it.
I respect.
You know what I mean? Even my sister, like if she needs a place to stay, like maybe because I'm the oldest, you know what I mean? It's a little different. And I never just tell my sister like, because I don't want her going to stay with no man just to stay with him. You know what I mean? When she can come stay with me.
Different. It's your sister though.
No, I'm just saying. But even my brother, like, I don't know. My take on it a little different. My take a little different. So yeah, my brother and my sister would come stay with me.
He said his brother fears him.
Does my brother fear me?
I said that's what you just said. You said no, my brother fear me and respect me. He ain't coming over here acting a fool.
Yeah, he know better because you know what I mean. He know better. He know better. But maybe because I'm the oldest, and we have he's my brother looks up to me a lot, and he's young. Like and most, I'm 30, 18. If a 30-year-old could get with an 18-year-old boy, man, I don't know. That's pretty wild. But I'm gonna just say no. I don't. I'll let him stay with me. That's just my take on it. If I was married, but I'm not married, and I know Gene probably is married, Roxy. For me, I'm not. But I just say it's my brother. I'll let him stay with me.
I ain't knocking that. I ain't mad at that at all. I just know I couldn't do it. I'd be like, bruh, we got a nice hotel up in Northville, about 6 miles up the road. You good. But that's just me. Nurse Roxy, let me ask you. You got any sisters?
I have 5 sisters.
You got 5 sisters.
No brothers.
Let's say you the cute sister, right? And let's just assume I don't know your sisters. But let's just assume you have a sister that looks like Precious. Okay.
Oh, Lord.
Now, Precious, we're gonna call her Precious just for the sake. Now, Precious, she just got out of a domestic situation. Let's just say a tiff. You dig? She just got a domestic tiff with a boyfriend of hers. She has nowhere to go. She's right up the street from you. And she says, sis, me and Raymond, we just got into it. I caught him doing something he wasn't supposed to do. I need somewhere to go. Can I stay with you and your attractive husband for the night?
What?
You dig? I know your husband.
Having all these ad libs.
I know
Why you
your
gotta put that
husband.
part in there though? Why you gotta put that part in there though, CJ?
I know your husband is good at making shrimp. And you know, it's been a while since I had good coconut shrimp. Raymond wouldn't make me no shrimp. And we just had a domestic situation. I need somewhere to go. I don't have no money. He took my wallet.
CJ, my sisters wouldn't have to say that much because I'm with Brandon. See, like when I said nobody could be around my man, I'm talking about like friends and his cousins'
Okay.
friends and stuff like that. My sisters come and stay with me all the time.
Okay.
Sometimes they
Okay.
stay with me when they just like my younger sister. She'll have periods of time where she just comes to stay over. And there was a time where when before she moved, like she was in between apartments and she just came and stayed at my house. And my sister, I have a sister that lives in Vietnam. When she comes in town, she stays with me as well. Um, I don't care about my sisters being around, and my sisters are all beautiful. But
Well, right.
I
I
don't
wouldn't
know. It's
call them
weird. It's
ugly.
like
I'm saying you had an ugly. Let's just say you had one that she looked like Precious.
But
You
ugly
dig what
don't
I'm
make
saying?
making it look ugly don't make it look don't make it worse, man.
Yeah, it actually does. What's going on, Chris? I didn't know you was up here. I had to check. What's going on?
Hi.
hi, Chris. I love
Hi,
your hair.
everyone. Can you? Thank
But it
you.
does matter because ugly women are not. Well, they get attention. Ugly women do get attention, but not the kind of attention that pretty women, attractive women get. So it definitely matters
I know.
because
I know what CJ's saying. I know what
yeah,
CJ's saying.
it definitely matters because if ugly women can be a little bit more thirsty, especially
Yeah.
if she's built like a linebacker. She's built like
Yep.
Precious. You dig what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So that makes the difference, and that's what I'm saying. Like, and if your husband is an attractive, well-to-do man, he makes a lot of money, then you got this woogabuff sister that wants to come over and be up under you and him. That's why I had to put that in there. I had to put those caveats in there because that matters though. So, but go ahead, Nurse Roxy. What was you saying?
But she could also be the type of woman who, let's say she's in on a rebound. She kind of just
Right.
got out of a rough situation. She could also have a little bit more on the thirst, on that kind of note too. But frankly, I'm with Brandon on this one. I don't really mind my siblings being around. I don't look at it from that perspective. And not only that, the energy my husband has around my sisters, he treats them like sisters. Now, I don't know, I could be being naive when I say that, but I always get the energy that he feels like they're like his sisters because that's the energy they show him. Well,
Yeah.
they do, but like I said, my sisters are cute. You know what I mean? So, I remember one time when I would like just had my baby. Um, I remember being a little insecure. I do. Because I remember my sisters would come around and I'm like, oh my God, it's like your butt got bigger. Like, what? The curves look like they crazy. Because when you're pregnant, everybody looks different to you. Because you carry the baby, you like your mind is somewhere else. But like after you have the baby, you just sit there just like looking like mommy body. And like sometimes it takes a little while for you to kind of regroup. So I do remember a time where I was a little like looking like, oh my God. But again, like if he's looking, he's a heterosexual man. He's gonna look. Like he's gonna look. They got titties, they got hips, they got ass and everything. So he's gonna look. I don't blame him for looking. I mean, he's not blind, and like I say, he's a heterosexual man, so he's gonna look. Um, but and I don't know. I just don't. But I do expect him to be appropriate around him. Like I don't expect somebody to be coming around him, nipples all pressed through the damn shirt, trying to have a conversation about breakfast and shit. Like you ain't gonna do that. We ain't doing that.
They be like, boy,
I mean, he's
we
a human being.
just gonna call your husband Jay. I don't know his name. We gonna call him Jay. So your sister,
His
she ain't
name
gonna
is.
be
You can
coming to
actually call him
breakfast.
K.
Well, we call him K. She ain't gonna be coming to breakfast talking about, okay, this sure is some good sausage this morning. She ain't gonna do that.
CJ, you funny, man. You funny. You funny.
Nah,
I
my
ain't gonna say
sisters,
the
my sisters are
sausage.
very respectful.
That's good.
When I say my sisters are ultra respectful, I'm like you, CJ. I grew up in the Kojic, a Pentecostal households. So
Mhm.
nobody, all that extra stuff. We don't really have a lot of that extra stuff. My mom she's a old fashioned church lady. She was even older when she had all of us. So,
Gotcha.
she's older. Yes.
And for
So
the record,
very
I don't
respectful.
bro, if you watching, I don't believe you would ever do something like that to me ever in a million years. You know what I'm saying? I like
But you
dark.
come in here.
You happen to like the lighter side of life. You know what I'm saying? I like, you like, you like white girls. I don't really mess with them like that. So, but you never know. You never know. So, all right, Chris, what's cracking?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. We were just talking about Kiera Sheard and how she says she's not. Have you been listening?
Yes, I missed
Okay.
like a little gap, but I got the gist of it.
So, do you agree with what she's saying? She's not letting her single friends come around her husband. How you feel about that?
Yes, I agree. I believe in the evil eye. And so even if they don't necessarily try something, I do think that if they're envious, that energy will rot what you have. Um, And I think it makes sense. I think it totally makes sense. And not everyone was raised the way that you were. And so you may be respectful. You may understand that if you go over to your friend's house and you have to spend a night for whatever reason, you're going to make sure that you look decent. You're going to take your grandma pajamas. You're going to take a robe so you're doubled up and you're layered up. But your friends may not do something like that. And if they come to your house and they cross those boundaries, it's already too late. So I rather you just not be in a position at all than come to my house and disrespect my house, whether
Now,
or not you knew or not.
is it different for family?
Yes, it's different for my sisters. Both my sisters are married. I'm the youngest, and I'm like the baby. So the sister that's closest to me in age is 7 years older than me,
Mhm.
and then the next one is 11 years older than me. So they're married. They're living their best lives, and we grew up with the same mother. So we all know how to respect each other's households.
Mm-hmm.
Well, shout out to your sisters. I appreciate that. Is there anything anybody wants to add to this before we move on to the next topic?
I want to say one more thing.
Go ahead.
When if you do like a finishing school or like a wife school or anything, they'll typically tell you, well, if you do a school that's focused on finding a high value man, they'll tell you to not post him on social media. They'll tell you do not post him on social media,
Why?
because there are women out there that will be a little bit sneaky. I follow this YouTuber. Her name is Whitney. I won't give her YouTube handle, but her husband cheated on her with a subscriber.
Damn.
With a subscriber.
That's cold.
Yeah, so you're literally taught how to keep things private, because when you have something so valued that a lot of women want, they'll figure out a way to get to it.
Can I just say something on that? Ebony
Go ahead,
is
please.
spitting fire right now. She is spitting flames. Let me tell you something. I do not post. When I say I do not post anything about my husband, I don't. I remember when we first got married, I used to post things about him all the time. He's a part of a fraternity. So I would like sometimes post little things, like little events we were at and stuff. And one day I was at somewhere else just with some like associates, not even close friends of mine, just some associates. And some lady just randomly tells me, "Oh yeah, you posted a picture on Facebook, and yeah, these two young ladies seen it and said, oh yeah, I went to school with him. He was a cool dude. He was smart. He could dress well and everything. Oh, how he doing?" So I'm like, "Oh, word."
Harry,
And the funny thing
that's how
about
you
it
do.
is, yeah, I stopped. I got off of Facebook. Ever since then, I stopped posting stuff. I even unlinked myself being married to him and everything. Um, and then like and then I just got away with both with like that account altogether. But like even I had another account, like I had an IG account that was a personal IG account, not my business IG account, and I used to always post pictures of him as well. Especially when going on little vacations, especially when we first got married and things like that. And then I just got completely away from it because, like what everything Ebony is saying, people do have like an evil eye, and people will get around you and start having different energy, thinking that you're trying to gloat. It's like, no, I'm like, I worked for this. Like, I didn't like you acting like I'm showing it off, but then, let me pull myself off of this. But that same, I told you about somebody a couple weeks ago where she's like, oh, he never says no to me. She posts, when I say she posts everything. So I'm just gonna ask Ebony this, just to give a response. Ebony, based on what you just said, This young lady posts a picture of her and my cousin tussling around with pillows on the bed. Now, mind you, she's super IG posting. He's laid back, like almost never posts anything, right? But she's a super IG poster. She trying to she done post every. They just bought a big old stinky house. She posted pictures of the house. She done got the what's that thing called again? The drone video of the house and everything. Everything's extra. Got a whole YouTube account she started just showing places of the house, talking about she into interior design. I ain't knocking, sis. That's what she want to do. That's what she want to do. But because of this extra posts and stuff, I guess sometimes you run out of content. I don't know. And so yeah, she posts this video of them having a pillow fight in the bed. And I don't know if I'm old school, but it just seemed real strange. Like, that's your bed. I mean, they was fully clothed. I mean, like I think they was both fully clothed. Like, I mean, not even in robes. Like they were fully clothed. Like, you know, I think they were both wearing sweats. But it just seems so inappropriate. Like, Ebony, your thoughts on it?
Yeah, that's a lot of layers to it. It's inappropriate because that's a very personal space. So you don't really want a lot of people to see your intimate space. It's also inappropriate because I believe you said that her husband, who is your cousin, correct? He's fairly
that is
well
correct.
off. Like, he works really hard, and you said that she said that he's never said no. Like he doesn't say no to her. He spoils her.
She likes to present that but it comes down to it, they're two hardworking people. I mean, it's not like she's saying that, but at the same time, you know, and she holds her end because I know his philosophy. He's a 50-50 type of philosophy. Although he makes bad bread more than her, he is definitely the nah, you should get up and work. And I'm sure she's down with it too because she has expensive taste.
Yeah. Yeah, it's inappropriate. Does she tag him? Does your cousin have an Instagram?
She'll tag him ever so often, but most of her energy is just really about is really her showing him off is showing their lifestyle off.
Is he the best she's ever done? Like is all
right, let me just put it out there. He is I'm not even gonna put it all the way out there. Just think about like all right. So if you're not on YouTube, you're usually on the other thing, the G thing, right? All right, so he's an IT manager for that company. So this dude is making bread. You know what I mean? So I think for her is a thing for like I think to show her friends too, kind of like look, this is where we at. So yeah, so I think with her, I think she goes a little above and beyond it to a point where I think sometimes the boundaries are a little blurred because I don't think she realizes like, yeah, there's an extent where you showing like, okay, I guess you're trying to build up a following on your YouTube or whatever the case is, or your IG or whatever it is that you're trying to inspire people on, like as far as interior design and stuff. But then there's a final line, like, I don't want nobody looking at my man like that. But I think for her, it's kind of like, look at this bread we got. You know how us black folk get sometimes, especially new money.
Hey, not to stop you, but Bolo, if you want to come up, go ahead and come up, sir. Please do. But go ahead. What was y'all about to say?
I was gonna say it's inappropriate for what I mentioned before, tagging him the evil eye and all of that. Another layer to that, and people not like this, but bragging is seen as a masculine trait, a very masculine trait, because what you're doing is you're saying, I've won, I've beat you. And so it's kind of like she may be giving off that she's a feminine woman, but that alone, just bragging, showing that level of competition, is very masculine, very unhealthy. And so for that reason too, which is fine if that's the type of woman she wants to be, but I'm assuming she probably doesn't know that she's carrying herself that way. So that can be another issue too.
And it is emasculating. You're right, Ebony. It's emasculating on him.
All righty. Well, let's move on to my favorite point of the show. This is my favorite point. And ladies and gentlemen, if you are just tuning in, this is the CJK Experience, the hottest podcast on Sunday nights, every Sunday at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. But we will not be doing the show next Sunday because I'll be on a cruise. But all right. Simp moment of the week, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this one is a little different because for the past few shows, I've been showing clips of 90 Day Fiance. This one is a little bit different. It's more of a compilation of simping, if you will. So I'm gonna go ahead and share that video. If I can ask you all to mute your mics. Let me see. Now, just so I can set this up for you, this particular one, hold on. This man, this guy is, well, the woman has just broken up with him, and let's just say he has to be um, escorted away. Here we go.
I don't leave me. Please. Please, all right. No, please. I'm sorry. No, don't leave me. Don't leave me. I'm sorry.
And just to put this more, give this more reference, he cheated on her. He cheated. So here we go.
Don't leave me. Just don't leave me. No, I don't. I can't do that to you. I don't even know. What the fuck is that? What are you crying for? You want her to leave him. Who is that to? Please don't leave me. I need you, Uncle. I'm bleeding. Don't leave me tonight. Please don't leave me. Please, I'm sorry. I love you so much. Don't leave me. Please don't do me like this. Don't do me like this. Not like this. No. Please don't do me like this. No. Please.
Damn, that's crazy. He don't want her to leave him.
He bogus as hell. No. I'm sorry. No.
Man, that pussy got some power to it.
Hell nah. When you get to your destination, I don't want to go without you.
Did she do this? Damn. That's the true definition of pussy got power to it.
Leave it alone.
He probably some control of it.
That boy sprung. Damn, he sprung his head over that pussy.
Leave me alone.
So that is part one of that. Now, the original video is like 15 minutes long. She confronts him because he cheated on her with her sister. And she came up to his job and she broke up with him. So this is the result you get. And I thought it was hilarious because he said that see, you see how black folks do when we got the camera giving a commentary. The niggas giving dap to each other and everything in the background. And they talking about, boy, that pussy got some power. This is the definition of pussy having power. It's she might have did him like that song from As Yet. You know, so no, I don't want it like that. But let me get y'all idea. Chris, I saw the look on your face as this video was going on. What did you think when you saw that, knowing everything that you know now about the situation? I did not want to play the whole 15-minute video, but what do you think about that?
That's what too much estrogen looks like in a man, and that's not for me to say that men can't cry. But that temperament that he has is not a typical one of a high functioning, high producing, testosterone filled man. That was really painful to watch. That was really, really painful to watch. But I'm looking at her like, man, you slept with him. you should be embarrassed. I don't think he was ready for you yet. You know? So, yeah. Ugh, that was painful to watch. Cringy.
Brandon, what did you think watching that?
I thought she let him off pretty easy. Like she just told him, "I want to leave." Like if she don't like the way she been treated, she just left. Like I think she did it better. I think it's better her than him just seeing her walking down the street with another man. I think she could have sent him a video of her just doing some explicit sex stuff with somebody else. Like she could have did him a lot worse, dirtier. Like she did him pretty clean. Like she was just like, "I want to leave."
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I think that's as good as you could get.
Yeah.
So for him to be on the floor crying like that, I don't know what's going on with that boy. So
Pussy got some power, apparently.
Nah,
according to the commentators.
Nah, he was acting like a toddler, man. That boy jumped on the floor and just started kicking and screaming.
Yeah.
So
King Gene, what's your thoughts, sir?
First of all, man, I don't know what this brother doing with these kindergarten pants on. It's the first thing I noticed, man. I'm sorry, I was distracted. I know it was a lot of crazy stuff going on, but I'm like, man, you at work, dude. You ain't got no pants that fit at work. Anyway, okay. Now I got to agree with Brandon on this, man.
I think she did him good.
This guy, he spazzed out because of something that he did, man. So you can see the level of immaturity in him. You can see that.
None. No accountability.
And like you said, Brandon, his thing is you leaving me. Like, the she's in the wrong. No, what she's doing is responding to what you chose to do. You chose to be an idiot, so she leaving you where you at. And anybody else who want to deal with you in your third grade pants, they welcome to you now. You good to go.
I think she did pretty good, CJ. I give her an A for that, man. She just said, "I don't want to do this no more."
Let me ask the fella something before I get to the other two ladies' opinions real quick. Have y'all ever been in a situation where you did a young lady wrong and you wanted her back and you knew you was wrong? Have you ever been in that situation? Have you ever hurt somebody and then out of that hurt, you felt that hurt? Has that ever happened to any of you gentlemen before?
It happened to me. I think it happened in high school though. Like you don't know the effects of how you affect. Like when you're young, you really don't think about how you affect other people. Like you just kind of you do stuff and then you see the way they act. You be like, damn, I really did something kind of crazy. But I think it prepares you to do the next person better. So it's like a give and a take. But it happened to me earlier. Probably like 10th grade, 11th grade. And I ain't know people took it that seriously back then because I sure enough didn't. But yeah.
Okay. What about you, King Gene?
Well, the dungeon had many casualties, so I'm going back to last week, man. It had many casualties. And it wasn't just me.
He said casualties.
All three of the roommates beside me were doing the same thing. But in answer to your question, CJ, yes, it was, and she was. Listen to me, man. As far as the caliber of woman that you would want, she was that. She absolutely was. I promise you. Beautiful, intelligent, but I was a dog, man, at that time. I wasn't. Listen, man, we in college. I'm in college, man. I ain't, I'm doing what all of the rest of the guys are doing, and we stay in touch. She's married now, children, living a wonderful life, man. But when I was involved with her, at the same time, man, there was a couple other ladies that I was dealing with, and she found out, and man, she did me like dude, except my pants was grown. She left me where I was, She was like, "No, Marcus, we can't do this." She was like, "If you're not gonna be for real about the relationship, then I got to find somebody that is." And I know what I did hurt her when she found out, but she was real classy about it, and I can't blame her for it. It was on me. That one was all on me.
All right, I'm gonna tell my story after I get these last two ladies' opinions on this. Danny D, what was your thoughts watching that video?
That I hope that she moved.
Moved? Why she gotta move?
Oh, because he seemed like he's dangerous.
Yeah.
He'll pick himself off the floor in a couple months.
No, but you don't know that. Okay, so men are crazy, right?
Yeah.
And men
are crazy and emotional. And then y'all are taught to hide y'all emotion. So when a man can go this far with his emotion and showing it like that, I would be fearful for my life. I would need to move. Like I've literally been threatened with death. Like literally in my life. Dealing with a guy that I had just met, but he was just possessive. I had to move because I'm not even about to play with myself like that. So to see a man out of control like this, grabbing on her, pulling on her, crying all on the flow, I would not feel safe going back to sleep in the house where he know where I'm at, because when he get off, would he not come there? Police is not there. Who's gonna stop him? He done had all this time to think. Who knows what he thinking now? I'm seriously gonna break up with him and then he gonna come to my house where I lay my head? No. I'll have to be then moved.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That's what happened to Jennifer Hudson's family. One of her cousins had broke up with him, and he came back and killed the whole family.
Yeah.
So he was like on some super sim stuff. Nurse Roxy, what do you think about what you just saw?
He seemed like he has like a mental health issue or something like that. So for all we know, I always have to keep in mind that there's women out here, like I was mentioning earlier, who they'll just deal with somebody just to keep the bed warm. So he's probably a few screws loose, and the way
He
her
was
body
stable enough
language is.
He was stable enough to cheat with her sister, though.
Well, I mean, pipe is pipe, and her sister could probably be a loose screw too. So, the thing about it is her energy, her reaction, like Brandon pointed out, how laid back she was, is like it kind of just make me think to myself, maybe she just used to him being a little off like that. You know what I mean? So she's seeing the way he's carrying on, and she's just like, all right, go ahead over there, Sonny. I don't know. He seemed like he ain't too rep too tight. I'm with Nurse Dee. Anything can happen.
So you will move. Nurse Roxy, let's say, hypothetically speaking, right? You were in a situation where you had a guy and y'all been dating. This long before you married. Long before you married. Y'all were dating. You know what I'm saying? You fed him real good. And I don't know, you made him some jerk chicken. And he fell in love with the jerk chicken, and y'all became an item, right? So he decided to mess with the sister that looked like Precious, hypothetically speaking. And you find out about it. And he says, Nurse Roxy, if you break up with me, I might do something to harm myself. What would you do in that situation?
Well, I think what is it called? A duty to warn? Is that what they call it? They call it duty to warn. What they call it in nursing? I think it's duty to warn, right?
I don't know the name of it, but I would call the police too on his ass.
Thank you. I would probably call the police. I would try to get his butt 302 to something like that, because I don't want you, and I don't need you to try to hurt yourself. So I don't know if that's the national term 302, but the PA we call it 302. So I'm probably gonna call the peoples and get you the help you need, because I don't need you. You for the streets.
I have a story, but mine has kind of a twist to it. Now me back when I was in high school versus now, two totally different people. I was a jackass in high school. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was a pure jackass. I didn't care about, all I wanted was to make good grades and mess with girls. That's it. That's all I wanted to do. So when I was in high school, it's not gonna be a long story, but when I was in high school, I had he wasn't really my friend. But he was just somebody who was, kind of weird, but he was cool. You know what I'm saying? He liked Dragon Ball Z. I like Dragon Ball Z, blah, blah, blah. We talk about that every now and then. So we shared a class together, and it was this girl from another school.
You was a jackass watching Dragon Ball Z, bro?
I was, but I was still fly. But anyway.
Dragon Ball Z. Now, don't do it. Don't do it.
That was in high school, bro. Man. You up here watching cartoons?
Absolutely.
Yes, I did too. I watch Dragon Ball now. And I'm not in high school. I watch all that.
But you got a nice personality now. You ain't about to be no jackass talking about I watch Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, I was a pure jackass. But Okay, so he liked this girl from another school. We were in competition, but the girl, she was cool, but she was a known thought, right? Um, so he had a real big crush on her. They'd be seen out eating dinner and all that sucker shit together at like Burger King. Cause I used to work at Burger King at the time, right? And I seen her with him. And I said, Mike, you might not want to do that one, player. You might not want to do that one. So how I formulated it in my mind, I'm doing him a favor. So it was one day I go over to my homeboy Larry house. I'm incriminating everybody right now. My bad. But I go over to my I go to my homeboy house and I say, "Hey, you know old girl from Stevenson? You know she you know her?" And he like, "Yeah, you know that's such and such girl." I said, "Okay, cool. Bring her over here. Tell her to come on over." Now, I know that Mike likes her, right? But in my head, I'm trying to show Mike how much of a thought she is so he won't get his heart broken,
What?
right? So
No.
old girl comes over.
Don't
Now,
do it,
mind you,
CJ.
this is 16, 17-year-old reckless CJ. Now, she comes over. She's cool. You know what I'm saying? I knew that she was feeling me. And, let's just say I gave him an example of how much of a thought she was. So I called him and I said, Mike, your girl's right here, letting her freak flag fly. Right now, mind you, I'm 16 at the time, 16 going on 17, still at my mama house. So Mike hangs up on me. Mind you, I'm thinking I'm doing him a favor. Later on that night at about 11 p.m., it's a knock on my mama's door. I'm at my mama's house. Mike is there with his mother. We 16, 17 years old. Mike is there with his mother, and he says that CJ did something with this girl to make me mad, to make me upset. Now, mind you, and my mama told me not to mess with that girl. She said, CJ, don't mess with her. I told you not to mess with her, right? This is prior to that. But anyway, he knocks on the door, open the door. I'm asleep. Next thing I know, all I hear is Chris. And this is my mama screaming, right? I'm like, what's going on? So it's Mike and his mama downstairs. And Mike is in tears. In tears. Never had seen nothing like this before. And he was like, you did this with this girl and all that kind of stuff. I swear to God, it's a true story. My mans can testify to all this. I said, player, I was trying to help you out. I was trying to show you something. Now that's how I figured it out in my mind. You know what I'm saying? But I felt his pain. You dig what I'm saying? Even though she was for the streets, it wasn't right for me to show him that directly, that she was for the streets. And I felt his pain. I was wrong for that. I've grown. I wouldn't do anything like that now. But yeah, so I
wish somebody would come to my house. 11
yeah.
o'clock at night.
The next day, it wasn't pretty for him though. I made sure
that he had pretty for him that night.
We was in Shelby Township. I wasn't trying to get the police called on me.
No, I mean,
but he left the school though.
First of all, I wouldn't have woke my son up.
Yeah, she woke me up.
I would have been like, so you over here crying about some pussy that ain't yours? What type of mama you got? Why you? And then what type of mama is you bringing him over here crying on my damn doorstep because he got a whack ass, trash ass woman? Like,
and
both of y'all get the fuck on.
That's not his.
Both of y'all better get the fuck off my porch before I beat y'all ass.
So yeah, I wasn't that wasn't right for me to do that though. I shouldn't have done that. And I felt his pain. That was the moral of the story. I felt his pain. I wasn't remorseful then. And half of me is not remorseful now. But I just understand the mistake. Well, it wasn't really a mistake because I had intention on doing it. But I wouldn't do that now. I'll just say that. So would anybody else like to add anything before we move on to the next topic?
Well, thank God you changed, CJ.
Oh yeah, I've definitely changed. That's that. You'll get killed for that now. You don't do that.
Yeah.
Got psycho simps out here and everything like that. What's going on, Black Man Unfiltered?
What's going on, man? Just got off, brother. Ran in here, got me something to drink, and added myself to your stream. Good evening, everyone on the platform. How y'all doing tonight?
Why you
Good,
always
man.
asking
Glad to
questions?
have you here. You happen to come in right at my favorite moment of the show, simp moment of the week.
Simp moment. Oh my God, let's get it in.
Yep. I just played one clip. It's like a compilation clip, and it was this guy crying because he cheated on his girlfriend with her sister. She came to his job, broke up with him, and he started crying, babbling, sobbing, to the point to where the police had to be called.
Well, how about you, nurse? You know, I know that you're an R&B guy, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Have you heard? There's a song that Jamie Foxx did that he never released. It's Jamie Foxx, Tank, and Missy Elliott, and the song is called "Till I Met Your Sister." I'm serious.
Stop it.
The song, yes, and Jamie Foxx is telling the true story of what happened with one of his girlfriends. And the first line of the song says, "You shouldn't have left me alone with her. She shouldn't have looked so damn good."
Ain't that what Kiara Shear was talking about?
Man.
Hey, Nurse Roxy, that was it. Jamie was talking about her sister. No, I'm just playing.
That's exactly violation in the family.
Yep. And so, dude, you listen to that song, bro, it'll blow your mind. He tells everything in truth on what happened with it. He said he didn't release it because he felt like it would disrespect. Somebody leaked it though, but he didn't want to disrespect the female because, you know, he had respect for her. But yeah, he said he was in love with her until he met her sister.
All right, you about to go, Brandon?
Yeah, I'm about to go, man. Nice meeting everybody, man. I gotta work tomorrow.
Hey, thank you for your service,
brother.
Take it easy
Thank
now.
you for taking the time to come on,
Take
man.
care,
Thank
Brandon.
All right, till next time.
All right, peace. Okay. Shout out to my mentor, Nurse B. Okay. So we about to get to the next clip. The next part of the clip. So if I can ask everybody to mute them.
Yeah. Go ahead. Wait, you got it? You got the picture? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm sorry, okay? Can I have pretty please? Free. No.
Okay. Young simping, high school, middle school simping, early. Thank God for my father who saved me from a life of simping. What were y'all thoughts when y'all saw how she made him easily get on his knees and apologize? That young. What were y'all thoughts? Black man, let me start with you.
He's a son husband. He wants this same. He's looking at her like she's his second mama, and whatever she tells him to do, he's going to do it because he's a son husband. Yeah, I can look at him and tell he's a son husband. My Lord.
Nurse Roxy, come back when you can. You disappeared. I don't know if the Fed's watching or not, but come back when you can. King Gene, man, if that was my son, we would have a long talking. King Gene, what you think about that clip? He on his knees. She said, "Get on your knees."
Well, I can tell that he doesn't have a strong male role model. He can't have one.
Right.
Can't. And you can tell by the way that he so easily just gives in to her requests.
My Lord.
You know, she wants him to drop to his knees, and then it's almost like automatically. And by the way that, you know, the dynamic that the two of them have, this is not the first time he's done this. I guarantee you. I guarantee you that this is something that he does on the regular because he's conceded. Well, I won't say conceded. I'll say that he has given up his power in this particular situation. He's given in. And so whatever she wants, he's eager to do it. And I don't understand, CJ, Kyle, why you keep picking these people with these simp haircuts. When the video started and I saw his haircut, I said, "Oh, it's over with. We done. We out of here." We out there. This finna be crazy, and we finna have a whole lot to talk about. That's what I thought.
Oh yeah, man. You can always tell a good simp by his haircut. Chris, what's your thoughts? You weren't in
I
high
want to
school
see
that
his.
long ago. You wasn't in high school that long ago. What would you have done had you seen something like this? A boy just simply getting on his knees to do what he just did. What do you think about that?
Oh, what would I have done? I think I would have walked up to him, shook my head, and turned around and walked the other way. Like I don't want any part of that. That was ridiculous. He's gonna be a 35 and delusion type of man. Like he's gonna get married later on in life when he's gonna be the one to get the good job because no one's gonna want him. No woman's gonna want him. He's gonna go through that, issue in his 20s where he's being used. But he's gonna be the nice guy, and then the woman that is who waited too long to prioritize, her family. It's gonna be 35 years old, and she's going to pick him because she knows that he's a nice one and he'll say yes to her. So
Jesus Christ.
yeah, that's it. Starts when they're young, I guess. hopefully he gets a mentor, a nice, strong mentor who can teach him how to be a bit more masculine and less passive. But if not, yeah, he's definitely going to be the last pick.
Danny D, you got sons. What would you do?
And I was immediately pissed off watching this video.
What would you do if you saw a video of your sons doing that?
No, I'm gonna show him this video tomorrow when we wake up for school. Like, don't ever do no shit like this. I mean, right now how old is my baby? He 8, and he talks to a female every day on the phone. And I let them talk, and they be on speakerphone, and I listen, and I definitely critique their conversation already. If she said something or had a wrong tone, I'd be like, why you let her talk to you like that? What y'all was talking about? You don't let nobody talk to you like that. That's not your mama. You don't do something just because she said so. You do it because you want to. And if you don't want to, you say no and you hold on to that. Nah.
Black man, you got sons. What would you do if you saw a video like this of your sons going around and they get on their knees, And let's just say the little girl wasn't even all that cute. Let's say she had a peg leg.
Well, the first thing I'm going to say, listen, I'm going to sit him down and say, come here, sons, because I do it now. Come here, sons, have a seat. I want to talk to you for a minute because my son is 14. And one day I happened to see something in his phone that frightened me more than any scary movie I've ever seen in my life. I looked down his phone and he said, he texted her, what you doing? And I looked at the timestamp and she didn't text him back. Then he texted her back, I don't understand why you're not talking to me. I said, oh, he's going to be a self-made simp. I got to do something.
Self-made simp. I like that one.
Oh, yes, Doc. So I had to sit him down and say, listen, man. And I broke her down. I had to. I said, listen, man, where's the picture of this little girl? I said, look at her. I said, in this world today, son, women outnumber men 14-1. When 14 don't text you back, the other 13 are smiling, waiting on a good man to arrive. So you need to take hold of your responsibility, understand that you have options, and you have options now, and you will have them when you're older. And I need you to, I said, I need you to understand. Don't be chasing after nothing, right? Don't chase nothing. I said, because the Bible says that when a man findeth a wife, he findeth a good thing. And if she ain't texting you back, ain't nothing good about her. And if this the same girl that came to your birthday party, her and her mother smell like skunk sweat. So what's the problem? Why do you even want to be in the relationship with her in the first place?
Preach, preacher.
Come on here.
Nah,
the mother, the mother smells like skunk sweat, and then the daughter smells a little irritated. And so the smell had muscles. And I had to tell my son, don't chase after nothing like that. That girl don't even look. What's wrong with you? Have you looked in the mirror? You're a handsome young man. Have you looked at yourself? You've lowered yourself to nothing for nothing. I told him, son, go to math class. Nothing from nothing equals nothing. I talk to my boys like that. They mama get mad. I don't give a damn. I told her, you better be glad I chose you.
That's right.
Amen. Hallelujah.
I was trying to find you some organ music to play in
Oh,
the
I got an organ.
background,
You
but
should have told me earlier. I would have linked mine up, boy. I got you.
I tried to get you some. But yeah, I just King Gene, your boys, if you saw your boys doing
It'll
that,
make you sick to your stomach.
I would be like, bruh, what are we really doing?
Right.
You don't do that and let her film you. You don't do that at all, but especially let it film you.
And then why continue to have a relationship or try to have a relationship with a person that's okay with publicly humiliating you?
Because his mama probably do it to him.
Or he sees his mother do it to his father.
Hey, come on. You ever seen a big old 300-pound man and a woman that's 5 foot tall, 125, telling that man, shut your mouth?
And he does.
And he cowers like a big old bear, soft. I call him angel soft.
Like the tissue. Yes, sir.
Nurse Roxy, did you see that clip?
You mean when the gentleman was on his knees?
Yeah.
Like I said, let nature take its course.
Nurse Roxy, what if that was your son? What if you just happened to go across the internet?
He said, that can't be my son.
What if
can't be.
What if that video was on the internet and you saw a little white girl telling him to get on his knees?
Not a little white girl.
Oh yeah, I had to put some stank on it.
He getting his ass beat.
Exactly. Like I'm not here for the disrespect. I'm not here for my son to do that to himself and denigrate the family name. That's not an option.
But see, then what happens, Roxy? Because Roxy, you ain't cammed up this week, and I had to look at your photo to remind myself of seeing you last time. Now I know, Roxy, you have a Rolodex of knee benders because we talked about your Rolodex last time I was here. Isn't that all?
Yes.
Is that correct? So
call her out on it. Call her out.
So
get on her.
You got a Rolodex of knee benders, but you don't, and you tend to your son that he don't need to be a knee bender, but don't have that knee bender around your son, Roxy. You hear me?
I hear you.
It'll
rub off like osmosis, right?
Oh yes,
your son Roxy, you'll tell him don't be like these Negroes I used to play.
Oh,
don't do that.
Listen, that's a Fendi fact, CJ.
My Lord.
Don't be like these Negroes I used to play. Chris, if you had a son as feminine as you are, I would love to hear what you would say to your son if you caught your son getting down on his knees. What would you say to your son, Chris?
Well, I'm assuming my son would be just as nerdy as I. And so I look at him and I say, do you want your DNA to stop at you? That no one is going to want you if you act like this. So if you want kids someday and you want your DNA to carry on for all of you better not do this.
Do you want your DNA to stop at you?
I was not expecting that.
Oh,
that
yes.
Was good. That was.
He won't know about sexual selection by the time he's like 8. I'm gonna tell him you have a job to do, son.
Oh,
I know that's right.
Y'all, KD, she said, do you want your DNA to stop at you? Black man, she said stopping at you, sir.
At you. Yeah. She's not
passing on.
Yeah, she's not paying at all. She don't want his sperm to even leave his body. She wants your DNA to stay within. My God.
Hell no. Roxy, do you agree with Miss Ebony? She said, do you want your name to carry on?
Listen, let me tell you, I've had conversations with my nephew where I've just completely told him, like, so I got a nephew, 23, 24, sometimes you can see where a little simp just trying to creep up there a little bit. You just gotta give him a game, just kind of to keep him clear. And I've told him before, like, listen, like if you want a quality woman, there's just some things you just cannot do. There's some things some ways you have to invest in yourself. There's some ways you have to present. And I'm totally with Chris on that. If you want to, procreate with a high quality young lady, there's just some behaviors you can't engage with. You can't be found guilty engaging that behavior.
Jesus. Now, see, now I know people may think that simp moment of the week is of laughing at other people's expenses, but I felt like all the ladies and the gentlemen have given you really good points to take heed to. Seriously, because you don't want to be like this. You don't want to be like this at such a young age, though. That's the scary part about
It's
it.
scary, Doc.
And he did that with ease. No pushback, no nothing. He didn't say, bitch, what? You want me to do what? He didn't do none of that. He said, okay, man, I have another.
They don't make,
Well,
they don't make
this is where some of this Me Too stuff is headed to as well. So see, some of these kids been exposed to all of this Me Too talk and all of that sensitivity stuff, and they got these boys thinking that this is a part of it. This is a part of being, politically correct.
And the fact that I can do a simp moment every week, that's a problem.
That is it should be hard for you to find it.
And the fact that I can easily find content, like
multiple,
I don't go searching for. I have a problem picking which one to show. That's the problem.
The choices are so various. There's so many out there.
I had to show a compilation because there's so much good simp material out there.
Come on,
we are in a simp pandemic.
Oh,
simpidemic.
I love it.
We are in a simpidemic, and if
Let me
any
write
of you
that down.
niggas try to steal my word, I'm trademarking it tomorrow.
I know. So we had self-made simps and simpidemic. I love it.
Simpidemic. We are in a simpidemic right now.
Oh my God!
It should not be this easy for me to find this kind of content. It should not be this easy. To the panel, like it's easy. All you got to do is type in simp, and hundreds of videos pop up. That's insane. And videos just like this. This is a compilation. This is not me pulling multiple videos. This is one. Somebody made a simp compilation.
So Bishop, high value nurse. Let me ask you a question.
Yes, preacher.
Would you consider Will Smith being a simp?
Man, don't get me started. I'll be here for another 4 hours talking about that. Okay. Yes. Major simp.
How?
But he's rich.
How? How's he a simp?
Because he didn't charge Jada to the streets.
Will Smith got a resume on him.
Hey, Roxy. Hot now.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, Roxy.
Yeah.
Listen, Roxy. Listen, Roxy.
No, I was saying that Will Smith has a listen, I don't follow too much of the celebrity stuff, which is a lie. I do follow too much of celebrity stuff. But Will Smith has a let's just say he has a nice catalog of women. He was caught, a couple of years ago with a beautiful woman in Paris somewhere. Let me tell you about him.
Nurse Roxy,
him and what's her name?
What his private life may be, but his public perception though, and the public.
I think okay. Will Smith is the breadwinner in that relationship. And I don't want to get too far off on that situation, but since we brought it up, he is the breadwinner in that relationship. You know what I mean? Jada really ain't been doing nothing. So when it comes down to it, I think she had a little whatever Batman show, Batman Begins, whatever that Gotham, whatever she was on it. Yeah, she was on Gotham. Terrible. I mean, when it comes down to it, Jada really ain't doing nothing like that. So Will is like really on some low key stuff. Will really the man, and like I mean.
I think
he like her to look crazy in the street because she's doing that to herself. Come on, showing Red Table Talk, talking about her grandmom showed her how to.
Right.
Come on, I can't even. I don't even want to articulate. I don't even want to say that on your platform.
That's why I didn't want to get too far into it, but maybe we can come back to it next week. But short answer, yes, I do believe his public persona,
right.
Maybe
as a simp. Now, what he does in his private life, it may be some whole different shit. But to the public and what has gone on in the public eye, yes, he will be considered a simp to me.
But you know what makes it very simp? What was the word?
Simpidemic.
Temptatious. I'm gonna do that one.
Temptatious.
What makes it temptatious is the fact that this young man, Alcina, used to come over to the house with his son when he was 14, 13 years old, eating cupcakes and going to birthday parties. And you mean to tell me when this man becomes an adult, you give it to him? That means you've been watching this kid since he was a kid.
Yeah, that's sick.
Oh, she definitely sick. Oh, don't get Jada's sick.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because she remember
Jada's sick.
Remember when she was 18, she was dating the 13-year-old dude from Crisscross. I mean, come on now, y'all look it up.
No, she's sick.
Allegedly. We don't know that.
Allegedly.
We don't know that.
CJ, look, CJ is not trying to get.
Allegedly. Can I please get to 10,000 subscribers before they shut me down again?
Allegedly, I'm sorry.
Allegedly, I don't know that. You don't know that. We was not there. Allegedly. Let me get to this clip. If y'all can mute y'all mics.
I never chilled with nobody, bro. I never did nothing to you, bro. Yo, for you to be out with another nigga right now cheating on me, bro, that shit fucking hurt. And I can't do this shit. I can't do this shit anymore. I'm too fucking weak. I'm too weak, bro. Yo, I got it in my life, bro, because I can't do this shit. Yo, I swear to God, Taliba, I want you to look me in my eyes, yo. This is it. I've never in my life, I would never cry over another female again, yo. Yo, you out there doing what you doing, bro. I never talked to no bitches, bro. I didn't fuck nobody. I never went on a date with nobody. What you doing right now, yo, this shit fucking hurt me, bro. Cause I never went out with another female, bro. I never went out with another female, and you out there drinking with another nigga. And then I know how you get when you get drunk. Just like the last time you went to Philly, bro, you was drunk. And you call me. Because I can show you better, man.
Okay. Now, with that particular clip, here's the thing. Now, the guy did threaten to do some harm to himself. And that's not funny. You don't ever want to see anybody get to that point to where that's how they feel. But past that, I feel like every man has had their heart broken. I feel like you can't become what you're supposed to be until you have had your heart broken. I feel like that is the prerequisite of becoming a man. Now, I've never been in a situation to where even if I felt like that, and I never have, but if I did, my pride wouldn't let me show that on camera. You dig what I'm saying? Like I could never. This is why I preach becoming the best version of yourself. You cannot control what another person does when they are not around you. You can't control that. That's out of your control. And if something like that was to happen, it hurts. But if you're the best version of you, it should be absolutely no problem for you to get something just as good or better. Or better. I'm trying to tell you, all that crying, why you doing this to me? This shit hurt. I guarantee you she's showing that to her friends and they are laughing at you. I can hear them talking now. Girl, look at this nigga. Oh, soft ass nigga. What are you doing right now? Crying and shit. Become the best version of you. Get your fat ass in the gym and lose some weight. Get you some money. Get you a career. Get you a skill to where you can make a lot of money so that you can feel confident in yourself, so you can start producing results. So when a woman hurts you, you won't be on camera with spit on a camera crying to her, asking her why she cheated on you.
What more do you want from me?
You dig? Like, that's crazy. Roxy, what? I gotta come to you first with this one. What you think about that one, Roxy? You ever had a man do that?
I
Cry to
mean,
you like that?
Hell yes, you did.
the thing about yes, you are damn right. No, I've had guys being like on some real beggy stuff. I did make somebody cry.
Damn, Roxy.
It was somebody told me about it though.
Damn.
Yeah, I was told that this individual's mother had to regroup this person because this person was so devastated and down in the dumps.
Boy,
Roxy,
So
Roxy got
whatever.
that ass yet going on right now.
Yeah. She got that heavenly host going on. I don't know what she got going on. My
Crying. That's crazy.
Jesus. What do you got?
But
go ahead. You said
but
you
you
did
know,
what now?
no, I'm just saying this is to see that young man crying like that. You know what I think, honestly, though. You know how I feel about our young men and drug use and stuff like that. He looked like he could have been a little under the influence, and like that was probably making it a little worse. But I think again, we got this tendency of grabbing that phone and doing everything for the world to see. Like, so instead of having this moment privately to yourself, you go ahead and grab your phone. Oh my God. I mean, I just hope that it was something that he was privately sharing with her. I don't know how these things can get public like this, but it's possible maybe that this could have been a video he sent her and then she's sharing it with everybody. It's quite possible. I'm hoping that that's it and not that he went live. Like he was live on some just showing himself in this situation because we have a tendency of doing stuff like that, which I hope that's not what I'm viewing. I'm hoping it was a private thing he sent to her. He looks like he's a little under the influence and, had a moment that probably should have been private.
Okay. King Gene, what are your thoughts on what you just saw?
That is a classic case of an individual who does not know his own value. He doesn't know it. He couldn't have. Okay. I agree wholeheartedly with what you said at the beginning, CJ. When you are endeavoring to become the best version of yourself, one of the things that become foremost in your mind is that you always have other options. There's always other things that you can do. And this young man has allowed his emotions to overtake him. So he's not thinking clearly. What he says is not coherent. And like Nurse Roxy mentioned, he could be under the influence. But in any case, I would say that what he's doing now, the type of behavior that he's demonstrating, is one where he's just allowing his emotions to have free reign. He's not thinking this thing through, because here's the thing: this is something that a person has decided to do. This is their decision. So in response, you have a decision that you can make. Now you can sit down and logically think this thing through, and like you said, CJ, it hurts. It's a difficult thing, but you can't allow your emotions to take over, because you're going to make mistakes if you do that. You're going to say and do things that you're going to look back on and you're going to regret, because now this instance of him having this emotional breakdown is on the public platform for everybody to see it.
Whole world.
This man could walk into a job interview and they question his sanity because of the fact that he was spitting on cameras and slobbing and going on as he was doing this particular video. So you can't let your emotions rule you. You got to allow logic a place in your life so that you can make decisions that put you in the best possible position.
But see, this is what happens when you value vagina over everything else.
Yes, sir.
When you
Absolutely.
put vagina so far up on a pedestal that everything in your life becomes irrelevant, you have situations like this. I love women. I love my girl. You dig what I'm saying? But that's not gonna happen. If heaven forbid, if something like that was to ever happen, I won't let it. Listen, King Gene, when you grinding, and everybody else on the panel, when you grinding for real, working 60 to 70 hours a week, it's hard to see anything else. I bullshit you not. King Gene, I forget what day of the week it is sometimes. I thought it was like at the beginning when I got home, I thought it was Tuesday. It's Sunday. It's Sunday. I literally forget what day of the week it is, King Gene and Danny and Chris and Roxy and Black Man. I forget because I'm out here and I'm paper chasing.
Right.
I'm trying to get these goals for me. You dig? Like it's hard to see, and that's why I say, man, y'all gotta focus on getting to the bag, being the best version of you. It's hard to think about bullshit when you really focus on that growth. It's hard to. It may cross your mind every now and then, but it's really hard to stay focused because you working, whatever your job is. I don't care if you stack boxes, you stacking them boxes and you picking them flowers or whatever you do. You work in the factory, you putting them pieces on, you trying to get to the money, trying to get to the next level. And it'll eliminate a lot of the problems in your life. It won't eliminate every problem. But when you working and you grinding, it'll take a lot of the problems away. That's why I don't be online all day like that. I wish I could, but I can't because that's not bringing me no money yet. When it's bringing me some money, then I'll stay online. I would love to be online for 10 hours just running my mouth. You dig what I'm saying? But I can't because they ain't bringing me no paper. Not right now, it ain't. So that's why I need to hurry up and, get this channel monetized so it can bring me some passive income. But that ain't it right now. So I got to go out here and I got to go get it. But ladies, Miss Chris, what do you think? What do you think when you saw this?
I think that's why knowledge is really important. Like, to go off what King Gene was saying, he needs to make better decisions. I think a big part of that is you need to understand women. If you like a product, if you like something a lot, you need to learn it. You need to understand what it can do for you and how you can get to it. I think the major issue here is that he doesn't understand what women want. And I'm assuming that he probably wants this woman back, which is totally fine. If you're a good woman, I think it's okay to want them back. But you probably understand how to get them back. And this isn't the way to do it. Like, I'm pretty sure if you talk to a woman, she'll tell you that part of what makes her husband or her partner or whatever attracted to her is the fact that other women want him, right? Oh. That there's something about him that she knows makes him valuable, right? Oh. That she's able to maintain herself and wants to maintain herself and go above and beyond to make sure that he doesn't find another option that's better than her. And so if this man had just said, you know what, she cheated on me, let me go out and I'm valuable, another woman's gonna want me who's better than her, that woman probably would have tried to crawl back to him, because now she's like, wait a minute, I'll take you back. Not every woman, because she did cheat on, I'm assuming she cheated on him. Well, maybe, who knows? But I think you have to understand how women work. A lot of women work that way. You need to make yourself valuable. You need to make yourself desired and demanded, because men are rare. Supply and demand. Make your price higher.
I swear to God, I didn't pay her to say that. I did not pay her to say that. I did not tell her to say that. I did not send her a chat. She said this on her own. I swear I put on a stack of Bibles. Did I pay you to say that, Chris? No, I did not. Danny.
Chris, you're amazing.
What do you think about the clip you just saw?
That was so sad.
You always say that when you say so. You be like, that's so sad.
Because stuff be said to me. That was so sad.
So if you were on the internet and you happen to be going through your phone and and someone sends you a link and said, baby girl, I want you to see this, and you turn your phone on and that was your son, what do you do next after that video?
I would go find my baby.
Yeah. That's your boy. That's different. That shit.
I would go find my baby and I would talk to him, because at that point, if he's sad and crying like that, I got to check on his mental space.
Right.
Make sure he's feeling better and at least not on the verge of killing himself anymore.
Yeah.
I wouldn't scold him at all. I would figure out a way to help boost his confidence. Put him in front of some females that are actually attracted to him. No.
Yeah. Nurse Roxy and Danny, let me ask y'all, do y'all agree with the fact that women want men that other women want? Do y'all agree with that statement Miss Ebony made?
I don't.
What do you think?
I don't want nobody want my man. I don't want you to want him.
But value,
that's not attractive to me.
But value is something that all women want. They want a man of value. Not high value, not high value, right. 6 feet, but value, period.
He's valuable to me, whether somebody likes him or not.
Right. Okay. Roxy, what do you think?
And the question is,
Do you think that most women, because I can't say all, but do you think most women want men that other women want? Like
yeah,
no,
that well,
like most women
I
don't
should
want women.
let me
Most women don't want men that other women don't want.
exactly. It more the latter. I mean, the former makes the latter true, but it's more so the latter. Most women don't want a man that other women don't want.
Why? Why do you think that? What is it about a man that most women wants that becomes enticing to other women?
I mean, it depends on people's nature. Like I know I'm a kind of a competitive person personally.
Mhm.
I can be a bit. And I mean Chris did highlight that earlier as being somewhat of a masculine trait. And so that could be an issue that I have in a sense where um I could probably see at least my husband in that way because I know he's that type of dude. Like I know that that's how women. I've seen women have hit on my husband. Why with me there?
Damn.
I remember one time. I remember a group of us all went out, and this one young lady, like when I say she pushed up on my husband so hard, I mean I didn't know what to do, so I just fell back. And when I say she pushed up on him hard, she like she was on him so hard I didn't know what to do. I just fell back.
Mm.
So yeah.
I remember we was on a cruise, our first cruise, and Dee Dee and I went to the auditorium to play a game. And I got caught up on stage, played the game and everything like that. And then the host hugged me. Dee Dee stood up and was like, loud in the mug. Don't do that. Real loud. I'm like, it was I don't care. I don't care. And I said, okay, well, let me fall back from that. Because I gotta spend more days on this shit. So, but anyway, Chris, let me ask you the same thing though. What is it about what is it about what's the psychology behind it? I know you're not a psychologist, but what's the psychology behind other women finding it attractive that other women want their man?
It's not that simple. Like we make that connection, but it's more so like my man has desirable traits that other people think will be great for their offspring. So when they have children, they're going to want to have children with my man or with this high value man because they know that their children are going to be successful and going to have sexual success. They don't realize that's what they're doing, but it goes back to that basically, like back to when humans first started and sexual selection and how that works. So it sounds crazy, but that's basically what it is. It's not that you want him just because you see women swarming to him. The idea is he has something, and deep down, anatomically, you know that the traits that he has are going to carry forth a very strong generation. And that's what women
like
want.
natural selection, right?
Well. Huh?
Like natural selection.
Natural selection. Exactly.
Right.
So
Got it.
when we see it, when we hear in the manosphere, it's like women are competing for this type of man just because other women want him is not that simple. Typically, it's because that particular man has certain traits that are deemed desirable. And when you see that, you know the women want that. And so that's that competition, which is this in this form is okay. Because what you're doing is you're maintaining yourself to make sure that you can maintain this man, that you can keep your status, which totally makes sense. And I think that's what women are supposed to do. You should be taking care of yourself to make sure that you can compete with these women to maintain whatever position that you have in this man's life. I think that's healthy. That's a healthy way to express a more masculine trait like competition.
Fellas, what y'all feel about what Miss Ebony just said?
She's a modern day prophet, and I want to go ahead and give her flowers while she can smell them.
That's funny.
After this show, she's gonna need security. They're coming for you. I'll work for free for the first week so you can see my skill set. After that, we'll work on the price.
Oh, so Dee Dee made a comment. Okay.
Yeah, I seen
See,
that.
this was like 3 years ago, so I didn't remember. She said,
What
"Who
she
going
do?
home with me tonight?" and then hugged you. Yeah, you trying to put me in a bad situation to that lady who was on that cruise. Don't do that.
Plead the
Don't.
fifth, brother.
So would you brother high value nurse, would you go to a Janet Jackson concert?
Would I go?
He can't
I
walk
already
on the
know where this.
stage.
I
He
already
can't
know
walk
where
on
this
the
is
stage.
going. I already know where this is going. No,
Okay.
no, I would not. First, I don't like Janet Jackson. Period. Her songs. But I know where this is going, where she called a dude up on stage and she put her pussy all in their face and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, man.
No, I'm not doing all
She
that. Not
timed down,
especially if I'm single, that might be something different. But if I'm man.
King Gene, have you seen the King Gene?
I have, and I'm gonna go with CJ. I don't want to be anywhere in the vicinity because I
Right.
am still a man.
Yeah.
And see, there are things about men that react involuntarily. So I'm just gonna leave it there.
Yeah, we ain't.
Yeah, she just picked a
Now, if I'm
random.
single, that's different. But
Yeah,
if I got
she
a
picked a
chick,
random. Time up.
no, that wasn't no random. That was definitely a plan.
You think so?
100%.
So she would have said, "Come here. What's your name?" You say CJ. Come on stage, CJ. What would your girl say?
Sit your ass down.
She wouldn't say nothing. She wouldn't have to say anything.
Okay, she would shut it down.
I'd be like, "Come on, Janet." Nah. You see, you ever seen the 5 Heartbeats where the guy take off his jacket and she give it to that to JT? I mean, she give it to her husband or whatever,
Yeah.
and the husband walked out. Like, we don't have no problems.
More than love.
But that's cool. Wow. That has been today's simp of the moment. This was pretty good, and I got worse than this. I held back. I got worse. Look at King.
Wow, it gets worse.
It's way worse. It gets way worse. But okay. So I want to transition, and for those who are just watching, this is the CJK Experience every Sunday, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. I want to transition to Whoopi Goldberg.
Uh-oh.
Are you all familiar with the Whoopi Goldberg controversy? Fellas, let me real quick, not to be funny, but I gotta ask because my homeboy got on my case for this. On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you rate Whoopi? Keep it real, fellas. What would you rate her?
Who?
He was eating a biscuit with no water right there.
Would you rate Whoopi on a scale? Real talk.
I don't think I would rate her, my brother, because she old enough to be my mother, if not my grandmother. I'm gonna take the safe way out and say now I respectfully decline. I respectfully decline. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that
Like, man, what'd you rate her?
I think we should rate her.
Whoopi in Color Purple, young Whoopi. Let's say Whoopi and Ghost. Just to give it some context. What would you rate Whoopi?
I don't think we should rate her on that. I think we should rate her on her success. I think that Whoopi,
Roxy, why are you laughing, Roxy?
That's black man is so funny in King Gene. They're like they plead the fifth.
She's the first black EGOT. If you don't know what an EGOT is, that's an Emmy, a Grammy, an Oscar, and a Tony. She has
very talented.
Sir,
very talented.
I'm not talking about her talent.
He said that's how we gonna rate her.
What are you talking about?
I'd rather get a 1 than to not be rated at all. That's awful.
What would you rate her?
Can we rate Dolores from Class Act?
Who?
Dolores.
Okay, when she was the stripper.
I mean, Dolores on Sister Act.
Sister Turn None.
No, sir, not a character. What I'm talking about, Whoopi Goldberg. What would you rate Whoopi Goldberg?
Still Whoopi Goldberg.
She's acceptable
on a scale of 1 to 10, sir. Why is this so hard?
It's just so hard.
What's wrong with y'all?
I mean, I have so much respect for her. I don't want to diminish.
That's cool. I feel like that's a respectable question. What would you rate Whoopi Goldberg?
They're not rating this woman.
You know what? Let me break the ice, man. Let me just say, I would rate her probably a 5 as average, and then
okay.
Shit.
Let's get some context. Just seriously, just because I want people to understand what I'm talking about. I want to know what y'all think. We're not saying anything bad. I just want to know what you would rate her. That's all.
Okay, 5.
5? Cool. Okay. All right.
See, CJ, why you got to zoom in, man?
Because I wanted people, for those who may not know who Whoopi
Every
Goldberg
time you
is.
zoom in, I'm gonna go down 1. I'm at 4 now.
No, don't do that. But I just because I wanted people to know who she was, because that's who we talking about. So it's a controversy going on with Whoopi Goldberg right now, to where she said that the Holocaust wasn't.
You better use a different word for the
Right.
tiny hats.
Right.
So the cost.
Yeah, she said the cost was not about race. And she said the reason it wasn't about race is because it was other white people killing white people. So white on white crime is basically what she boiled that down to in layman's terms. She said it was about the inhumanity of man. And they sat her the fuck down.
She got that nigga wake up call.
Very quickly.
Very
quickly. Now she's ready to sue and everything like that. And they sat her down. Now, let me give you a brief history real quick on Whoopi Goldberg. Now, many moons ago, Whoopi Goldberg used to date a man named Ted Danson.
Ted Danson, cheers.
I think they got a kid, don't they?
I don't know.
I think they do.
They do have a child.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you seen Whoopi's daughter? If you see Whoopi's daughter, you'll say, how the hell did that come out of her? Her daughter's gorgeous.
No.
I've seen pictures of Whoopi when she was younger where she was gorgeous.
Oh, she was? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
She looked just like her mom. Though Whoopi Goldberg looked just like her mom, though.
I ain't never seen her mom.
I ain't either.
She looked just like her mom.
Well, yeah, she used to date a man named Ted Danson.
Would you date her? How about you?
No. Not at all. Not even. No. Not
even in her status right now?
No. Absolutely not. But Ted Danson had went to a party, some sort of event, dressed in all blackface. He was dating Whoopi at the time. And Whoopi went on this whole splaining tour. Why he wasn't wrong and why I was out of context and all this kind of stuff. And I'm just saying this to let you know Whoopi's history. Whoopi also did The Color Purple, which to me was the genesis of this whole down low black man ain't shit epidemic. That to me was the genesis of that.
You know they remaking it, don't you?
That's what. Yeah, Diddy told me that yesterday. I'm like, I will not be supporting that bullshit. And I bet you Tyler Perry's probably producing it. But
oh yeah, have you? Oh yeah, I seen who's playing who.
But so how do y'all feel about that? Whoopi getting her Negro wake up call. Nurse Roxy, you sound like you had something to say. I'll start with you.
I sure do. So let me first start off by saying this. Sometimes we can be around people who we work together all the time with, and sometimes we get almost forgetful about our differences. And I think she got a nice reminder of their differences. But to what she actually said was true. And the reason why I say it's true is because the tiny hats never, ever, ever talk about black tiny hats who were victims of the cost. They never talk about them. And I think they never talk about them because they know that there's a distinction between them and black tiny hats. And because they know that there's a distinction, they have maintained that so much to the effect that when they built Hollywood, because they did build Hollywood, they all kindly integrated into whiteness. They dropped off their last names, like Stanley what's the guy from Marvel? What's his name? Stan. Right.
Stanley.
Right. That's was it. I think his real name is Lehman or Lieberman, something like that.
Right.
You know, they all dropped off the last part of their names and they assimilated. Why? See, and even with Hollywood, see the reason how they were able to successfully build Hollywood, and that term is often used loosely to describe what happened, because essentially what they were able to do is they actually used film to integrate into mainstream and the dominant society. They also use film to reinforce stereotypes about Black people. See, if you ever watch, see, I'm one of those people. I like to watch the old AMC classics and things like that. So when you look at a lot of these people who have composed those songs, the studios that produce these films. When I say films, I'm talking about, you know, like the old classics, like oh, I'm trying to think about some of them old time ones. You know, I'm talking about with Liz Taylor and them folks, young when they was in the prime of their life acting. Your
Right.
Marilyn Monroe and all those kind of people. When you look at those films, all that was the time where you seen a lot of the tiny hats. They owned those studios. They controlled all of that. And at those times when you see Black people constantly being depicted in those ways where you had to see some of them literally stood up and said, you know what, I'm not working a day in Paul Robeson was known to say things that he was not going to do. He didn't certain roles he wasn't going to play. All of this stuff was orchestrated by the Tiny Hats. And then to double down on that, the Tiny Hats went ahead and they were the ones helping to form organizations such as the NAACP, which did what? It further reinforced a lot of the gatekeeping that kept Black people from advancing, because what they do is they control things. They like to control the narrative. And that's how they control Hollywood, essentially, by controlling the narrative.
That's funny you
And
mentioned the
yeah,
NAACP thing, because a lot of people don't know that. I didn't find that out until I was grown, that the NAACP was not started by Black people.
no, it was them and their gatekeeping, because they knew how they wanted everybody to present, and that's how they assimilated. They assimilated into the mainstream dominant society by being able to cut off parts of their names. They also would depict themselves in films in certain ways, and that's why even to today, if you look at a lot of films, you know how like when we were growing up, it seemed like only white folks could be in love movies. Or like
Right.
it seemed like the best movies. I mean, think about what is that Macaulay Culkin film about Christmas? You know, it just seemed like growing up,
Home
it just
Alone.
seemed like they were
yeah.
home alone. Yeah, it seemed like they the only ones that had a life. They only, you know, so thank God Bill Cosby did what he was doing, because outside of Bill Cosby, I mean, a lot of things at Eric Monty, you know, who gave us the Jefferson and some kind of sense of hope that we can look like something besides some raggedy old folks. The Tiny Hats, look, the Tiny Hats told Eric Monty to cut the father James out of Good Times. They told him to cut James out of Good Times. And when James came out of Good Times, the father that played the father that, you know, the character that played the father on Good Times, that's when all the ratings started cutting off, because Black folks didn't want to see a family with the father out of the house. But they told
Every
Eric
time
Monty,
something
you got to
negative
take him
happened,
out.
yeah, it was always something negative happening to them on Good Times. They never got ahead. I never
Right.
watched it,
And
but yeah.
that's not how Eric Monty did not want Black families depicted like that, but that's what they wanted. And look at Whoopi Goldberg. What does she do? Whatever her real name is, Karen, whatever her name is, she now walking around with that name, and she chose that last name.
And
And
still
so,
got sat down.
thank you. If I was her, I'd
No.
cut off that last name and go rebirth and go back to my natural name.
No, let me ask you a question though. And this is the question for everybody on the panel. Did she deserve to get set? Was she rightfully sat down? Should she have been sat down for that?
No, because what she said was true.
King Gene, what do you think?
No, she shouldn't have been sat down because it was about the inhumanity that mankind expresses. When you talk about taking people and marching them to Sachsenhausen and killing them in gas chambers by the thousands, or marching them into Siberia, they had these things called death marches that people would freeze to death on the way to these marches. They had the Nazis had put in a campaign of trying to smear the Jews' reputation, and so what they did was they took away their humanity first, and then they were able to, try to eradicate them. So this was all about inhumanity. But here's the thing. Here's the thing for me. Anything that has to do with the cost or any of the difficulties that they've gone through, that's a touchy subject. And I'm gonna refer to some of the words of someone that we know well. I'm gonna refer to some of the words of Malcolm X. They can always talk about you, but you can't ever talk about them. You can't talk about them. You can't voice your opinion about them. How is it that we as a people, now I'm finna do a little bit now, so y'all, I apologize in the beginning. How is it that we as a people lost millions? We lost millions of ancestors while they were bringing us over here on boats. We lost millions. They didn't lose as many people as we did, and yet anybody who wants to can talk about that. They have free reign to talk about it and discuss it and say what happened and what their take is on it. But anytime anyone says something about the cost or anything related to it, all of a sudden now you're in the wrong. If you even express a view that's different, you express something that you feel that's different from the majority, now here's the reaction to it. And it's just not something that just happens to her. Anybody that speaks out in that particular fashion, they get met with the same outcome. So, I don't think it was fair. I really don't, because she was right. It is about inhumanity.
Danielle, what do you think?
I think that she should have knew better. Them people is the epitome of cancel culture before anybody else was. So she should have knew better. Like, how could you not know better? She still got money. She all right. I can't listen.
And she went and apologized real quick. Chris, what do you think?
I think how can I say this? I think what she said was right for the most part. I think she could have worded it differently, but if you look into the cost, what she said was pretty much right. Do I think that it was fair that they sat her down? I think they would have done that to everyone. So I think if you're looking at it that way, yeah, it was fair because they would have done it to anyone who said anything negative about their race, and they do it with a lot of different races. What bothers me is that she apologized. She shouldn't have apologized. Let them sit you down. But why are you apologizing? What are you apologizing for? Did you mean it?
Livelihood on the line. That livelihood on the line.
But is it though? Like Danielle said, you should have been protecting. Like, you have the money, protect yourself. What are they going to do? Kick you off the View? Cancel you?
Show sucks anyway.
Exactly. No one watches that dumb show.
Yeah.
But it's like, stick with what you said. This one, I forgot what his name is, but he's British, and he said something about Meghan Markle, and they tried to get him to apologize, and he refused to apologize. I don't care if you disagree with what he said. I was happy that he stuck with his word. He said, I meant what I said, and he went about his life. Maybe he apologized later on. I don't know the full story. I don't really follow celebrities like that. But in the beginning, he was like, I'm not going to apologize. Fire me. That's what I think she should have done. Fire me.
Yeah, you're right about that. But I'm just throwing this out. Mm-hmm. He got away with that because she's black. I'm telling you that right now. Had he said something off about the queen or the princess that wasn't a color,
well, did he get fired? Did he get his job back eventually?
I don't know. Fired. Something would happen to him. And he's mad. He was mad at her because he wanted to talk to her. They kind of dated, and he was upset.
You're talking about Piers Morgan, right?
Piers Morgan, right?
Yeah. The whole details, I get that, but like just the idea that he stuck to it.
I get what you're saying.
Do what you want. Fire me. I think I think Whoopi should have done the same thing. Get rid of me. She should have pulled out the facts and she should have said, this is what happened. This is what went down. This is why I think this. I'm not saying that we can't talk about this in a sensitive way and talk about how awful it was. But you can't sit here and tell me that what I'm saying is completely false because I have these facts. Let's talk about it. Let's debate it. But to just apologize, sorry to hear the coughing, to just apologize because some people got mad at you and you want to keep your show that no one watches anyways, you gotta have more dignity than that.
Joy Behar said it wasn't about the inhumanity of man. She said it was about white supremacy. Joy Behar said that to Whoopi. Whoopi said no. It wasn't about white supremacy. She pulled the all lives matter thing, and they sat her the fuck down.
She should have stuck with it.
Jews said it wasn't about race. The Jews, they said it was about race. They said, oh yeah, it was about race. That's what they said. And they sat her ass down quick. Black man, what you think? Black man, you here?
Yeah, I'm here. My bad. I was on the mute monster.
Oh, okay. What do you think? Was she wrongfully sat down?
When it comes to Whoopi, like we said, she got her Negro wake-up call.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because for years, Whoopi, and I respect her career. I respect everything she's done in her career. But Whoopi got to a point that she went on trying to do a wake-up call on others. When Monique did what she did and demanded her money for her movies, Whoopi told her, you need to work for free. You should have called me. I would have schooled you. And she did this on live TV. Not a sister, let me pull you to the side and talk to you behind stage. But she did this to Monique on live TV. She told Monique, your husband don't need to be your manager. Fire him. Right? So she went on this tour, and and I think Whoopi, she really don't like the idea of marriage. She don't like the idea of relationships, period. And she says that a lot on The View. If you watch her on The View, she says that a lot. When they bring up relationship stuff, she don't even want to say nothing about it. So I think that she got her wake-up call to think that you can never be higher. My grandfather used to say to me, son, be an entrepreneur because your boss will never pay you enough to be their neighbor.
That's real talk. That's real
so
talk.
I mean, so it's just, ABC got long, deep, ocean-like pockets. And they made a decision. And as popular as Whoopi is on that show, they just showed her, you're not more powerful than us. And we had to play our power card to show you that. Sit down somewhere. And we'll see you in 2 weeks. And hush.
And see, when you start talking like that, it is so important for you to have some sort of independent media because you cannot be a part of that group and just think you're going to say whatever you want to say, whenever you want to say it. They sat Nick Cannon the fuck down very quickly. Off of what somebody else said.
Right.
Nick didn't even say it.
Right.
Professor Griff said it. But since you had Professor Griff on your show,
we got your ass.
We sitting you down now.
Yep.
And you're going to apologize or we're going to give your show to somebody else.
Yep.
And Nick apologized. Now I was mad at Nick for a while, but I can't be mad. I can't be mad at Nick. You know why? Because I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. It's easy to say to what you would do when you ain't faced with the reality. I had to fall back. I said, I'm not going to crucify my brother. I don't agree with my brother, but I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, though. I don't know how those people get down. I don't know how Hollywood work. I'm not in them circles. So I said, let me fall back on Nick. Right. Nick has done a lot for black people.
He has.
So I can't crucify Nick for that. He's put a lot of black people on. He's given a lot of black people careers. So I can't go hard on Nick like that. That's why I said, my brother, maybe just some things that we don't know about. So I can't. He's put into. That's why I won't go in on Tyler Perry too hard, because Tyler Perry has done a lot. Even though I disagree with a lot of shit he does, he's still done. He got the Perry homes. He's doing employment for veterans now. Veterans who can't get work, having to work at his film studio. I gotta put some respect on his name for that. He's done a lot for people, a lot, especially for black people. Can't hate on him for that. I ain't really with the Medea shit and all that pandering he be doing, but to me, the good outweigh the bad. I'm gonna just say that. Anybody else want to add anything before we get on to the last topic?
I mean, good luck to her. I think that she was threatening to quit when it was Thursday.
I think she's trying to sue.
Yeah, she said if they don't get her back on, she's going to quit. And I'm going to tell you something. ABC pulled a power move, but if Whoopi leaves that show, it's on life support.
I think that just goes to show you Whoopi's money may not be as long as we think it is.
Right.
Well, I think she got about 60 million, if I'm not mistaken.
I was gonna say sometimes it don't even be about money. They just addicted to being on the TV.
Yep.
Yeah, I think she just it could have them golden cups too. Got a crazy lifestyle.
Yeah. She just signed another contract.
Oh,
right before this stuff happened. She just signed another contract for what is it? 4 years, $10 million a year or something crazy.
God damn, they trying to have that show be on the air that long?
She has been on there for 25 years already.
What else do them bras got to talk about? Like, damn.
Dude,
25 years? That quick?
It's been on for 25 years.
Whoa.
My whole life. That show's been on my whole life.
Wow.
I've never watched an episode. I watched 2-minute clips and can't even get to the full 2 minutes.
Joy Behar been there since episode 1.
Yeah, that comedian career wasn't popping off. So she said, let me ride this out till the wheels fall off.
Oh, yeah. 25 years later, she's still there looking like a half-turned werewolf.
Yeah. Yeah. So she said, I'm
going to ride. They paying like that, I wouldn't go nowhere neither.
Hell no. Welcome to the View. Shit.
I used to be one of them type of guys that, I'm really into movies, and I'd be like, why do actors get so mad when they get typecast? Especially if they can keep making money from the typecasting.
Right.
Fuck all that. Like, I don't know if y'all familiar with the Power Rangers, but the Green Ranger has been the Green Ranger for almost 30 years.
Come on, Tommy. Hell yeah.
So have.
For almost 30 years.
Almost 30 years, yeah.
And he gets $100,000 per appearance.
Wow.
Anytime he shows up, so I'm riding this Green Ranger shit till the wheels fall off. I don't care if I ever get a role in Hollywood. If I ever get a role and I get a role that's going to pay me that kind of money, nigga, look, I will be Blade Jr. until it's time to sit it on down somewhere. I'm gonna just keep it stacked.
Listen, they got this character named Blippy on YouTube. I ran into his content. Blippy. Exactly. So I ran into his content a couple of years ago because like my son would just be like, I want to watch that. And I'm like, what's this? This is this dude remind me of like Pee Wee Herman. This dude walks around with like suspenders on, like doing crazy wild stuff. I mean, he be teaching the kid things, but like, he does little crazy stuff. And I remember one episode, he was like talking about a car and it was like a Lamborghini, badass little thing. And I'm looking at it like in my mind's eyes, like, oh, this is so funny. Cause of course his YouTube views is crazy. I mean, crazy. You know what I mean? Because you said, there's Didi, you said your son know who Blippy is, right?
Loves Blippy.
Yeah, a grown man walking around with suspenders on, this blue and white Nikes, this crazy little run around thing. Yo, he ain't never gonna leave that job.
For sure. No, why should he? Until he ready, like they won't create. Listen, Urkel got mad because he was Urkel.
Right.
Well, Urkel is going to be paying your children's children.
Right.
You better be blessed because there's a lot of people that have never seen no kind of money like that. The character Urkel will be paying his kids because people are going to be watching Family Matters for the next 50 years.
Urkel got kids?
Yeah, he got a daughter.
Really?
Yeah, got a daughter. And he was mad because, I don't want to do that. I want to be typecast, man. Listen, and I get it. Artistic expression. I get it. I understand. But I don't know, bro. If I'm Urkel, nigga, Heidi Ho went neighborino. I'm with it. Let's do it. Till the wheels fall off. We gonna do this thing forever. Shoot,
hey,
right?
now,
Just what the check looking like though.
Right. And you've seen the story of Jason Weaver, right? The guy that did the voice of Simba.
Yeah. Shout out to his mother.
His mother, man. Yeah. They offered him $2 million up front. He said, His mama said, nope.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know this story, Jason Weaver was the young man who did the voice of Simba in The Lion King. I Did he do the whole? He didn't do the. He sung. He was the one who sung the songs.
He did the voices.
Jonathan Taylor Thomas was the actual voice of song.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And
yes.
so they offer him a check for $2 million. His mama said, no, this is gonna be here longer than any of us. We need royalties. And there you go. He's made way more than $2 million.
Yeah,
over the past.
over that.
When did Lion King
Still
come out?
making it.
94.
Yep.
So
he
I
said
mean,
every time they sing that song, he get paid.
yeah. He said he has platinum records for video games and everything like that. And so he's always going to get paid for the rest of his days. His children's children. That's called generational money right there.
Right.
That's how you make it work. And shout out to his mother for having the wherewithal to have that kind of foresight back then to say, no, we're not. Because $2 million is a lot of money.
It is. And most
It's
black
a lot
people
of
be
money
like,
to people who ain't never had nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a mansion, some fly cars, and some Birkin bags.
Yeah, you could trick off that little money on a couple broads and everything like that. His mom said, no. We gonna trick in increments.
She said they not new to this. He been in that game for a long time by the time that opportunity came.
Yep. And good for him because he ain't done shit since. No, he did Smart Guy.
I'm like, he didn't be a smart guy. He was Michael Jackson.
Smart Guy.
Yeah, he did.
He was Michael Jackson, wasn't he?
Yeah, he done been on a couple of TV shows. When we was younger, he was actually very popular. That's my guy.
He also did
he had a little singing career too, didn't he?
He did Drumline with Nick Cannon.
He did. So let me put some respect on that brother's name.
Yeah.
I'll take that back. I'm sorry. He did a little something.
What's the skating movie with T.I.? The skating movie ATL. He was in ATL.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He so was. Well, I'll take that back.
Yeah, he's popular. He done some things.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into our final topic for the evening. I want to talk about sexual market value. And I think that everything we pretty much talked about tonight is a good transition onto this main topic. Now, I'm going to ask the panel, are you all familiar with what the sexual market value is? Are you familiar with the whole term? So we're good. Okay.
Not really.
No, I don't know. No, me either.
Okay. So pretty much the sexual market value is attributes that determine how high or how low you are on the scale of the general sexual market value. For example, if you're a man and you're short, pudgy, and broke, you're going to be low on a sexual market value. If you're a woman and you're out of shape, ugly, you're going to be low. And vice versa. Now, if you're a man and you have money, you may not be the best looking guy and can provide, it raises your value. They like to call it SMV in those red pill manosphere spaces. So, and I want to talk about that because I want to talk about value and King Gene and Black Man. This is why I tell young men to really work on themselves early, because men's value, from what we've seen with countless examples, comes very late. Well, not very later on, but tends to come later in life as they age. So most men don't hit their financial peak until they're like in their mid 40s, early 50s, and a lot of dudes, young dudes, wonder why are women, like in high school, right? I had a lot of girls. I seen a lot of girls get picked up by dudes that were in college and older dudes, and young dudes couldn't understand it. We didn't know why was this happening. So we didn't have shit. I mean, we didn't. They did.
That was it. Yeah.
They did. And I wanted to get your thoughts on the sexual market value, but more so before that, the whole high value talk, because I had a conversation on CKQ's platform, and shout out to him. And he asked the question that, is the whole high value conversation overdone? Is it too much? So let me ask you all that very quickly, because some of you have answered this already, but we'll just go around. King Gene, is the high value conversation, is it over with? Is it done too much? Is it redundant?
I think we discuss it. I don't think that the premise of it that's going to always hold true, because if you're trying to be the best version of yourself, there has to be a financial component. If you're going to, be a suitable husband to anyone, you have to be financially stable. So the financial component of it, yes, I can understand. But I think that there's a certain hysteria that has been wrapped around it to the point where there are some guys that feel like this is the only thing that they should be involved in. Period. Trying to get to $100,000, trying to do that over a period of time. Having a network of people and being beneficial to the people around you. All of those things should be built into who you are anyway. You shouldn't have to play a trumpet before yourself to say, okay, I have these qualities. As a man, you're supposed to have that anyway. That's part of who you're supposed to be. So, like I said, I think it's just there's a hysteria that's wrapped around it. So I think we're really emphasizing it in a way that in some situations I've heard on some podcasts it being emphasized in a way that really isn't going to help the young brothers to reach their full potential.
Okay. Go ahead, Danny. What do you think? Is it talked about too much?
I don't think so. I think that it's a good conversation to have. I think that, like I said on CKQ, every day it's a new 18-year-old, it's a new 21-year-old, it's another guy that's probably just trying to figure out what he wants to be or how he wants to be, and maybe don't have anybody to talk to or to discuss that with. So if a person like that stumbles upon that type of conversation, I think it's good. They need to have somewhere to look to help guide them do something.
Mm-hmm. Nurse Roxy, what do you think? Nurse Roxy? All right, we'll skip Nurse Roxy for now. Black man, what do you think?
You're muted. Okay.
Can y'all hear me? Okay, yeah. So I think that it's like I agree with you, my sisters. I think that it's I think it's a conversation to be had, because I think that some people have become entitled in their sexual presence and sexual market value. And what I mean by that is you can go out and throw that thing, whether male or female here, I don't want to be biased. You can go out and throw that thing from the free throw line for 25 years and then expect someone to come into your life and put value on that thing. And it's going to be high in value. I can go today and buy a Rolex watch for $10,000 in California. And then 4 months from now, I go to New York to a pawn shop and they're going to give me 4 or 3, maybe 2. That's how men in the sexual marketplace, because I'm on these panels, I hear a lot of these guys talking like this, that you may think that value of that watch is still what you think it is, but you've worn it, you bumped it, you scratched it, and now the value has lowered itself, and you put yourself on this higher pedestal, because you've heard women say this a lot of times. You've heard heard men gonna be facetious all the time, but you hear women, baby, this is diamond, baby, this thing here been working since 72.
Not 72.
And I've heard older women say that, baby, that thing can still snap you up, and I'm like, okay, well,
that's a fact.
I've heard older women say that, and I'm like, yeah, that thing been working since 72, but you get in that 1994 Cadillac by yourself this evening. Where's your husband? Somebody did not see the value in it. So yeah, the conversation needs to be had. I think a lot of people need to look in the mirror, man, and say, listen, this thing ain't what it used to be. I mean, it may be, I may feel like it's good, but somebody else may feel like it's just a vacation. They come in, enjoy it, and go back to their reality.
Ain't it funny how, too, real quick before I get to Ebony, ain't it funny how, too, them same women that you talking about, all of them done been with ballers.
Oh, yeah.
Shot callers.
Oh, yeah.
Every last one of them.
Oh, yeah, baby, I was with Master P. You ain't see me in the video?
Every one of them done dated multimillionaires. Every last one. I know so many girls that say they done dated multimillionaires that's struggling with multiple kids by different dudes. But they all done dated them, though. Ain't that something? But anyway, Chris, Same question to you.
Yeah, so quickly, that's called depreciation in accounting, black man, and people do depreciate too. But as far as a high value conversation, I think it's okay. I can see both Danielle's and King James perspective. I think an abundance of information is okay because there are new people who are looking for that information and may relate more to one person than the other. Like they might want to listen to KS instead of somebody else or vice versa. So I think having more people coming on and talking about it, talking about how they got there, I think that's beneficial to a lot of young men. Like someone may not like KS's route, but they might come to you, CJ, and say, "Oh, I can do that. I can take on that type of career. That's an opportunity that I'm willing to take on." So I think for that reason, it's really good. I think um, making this having this conversation continue and kind of bounce around between different types of men and women, I do think that it's helped to kind of build like a portfolio that people can go to and kind of pick what image they think that they can best fit and kind of mold best to themselves. Um, but I do think that at times the conversation can be quite diluted and surface level where it's like, okay, make money and go out and get whatever woman that you want. And it's a bit deeper than that.
Okay. I'm glad you said that because it is deeper than that. The way I look at it, to me, it has been broken up into a few categories. You have the looks, you have money, you have, they say status, like looks, money, status. So let me ask you all something, especially from a lady's point of view. Um, Chris, do you feel it's important? I'm gonna ask you next, Danny. Do you feel it's important for a man to do everything he can to raise his sexual market value as high as he can? Do you think it's important for a man to try to become as attractive as possible?
I don't want to be the
In
person that
multiple, not just looks, but in multiple areas. His career, his, the way he dresses, the way he carries himself, the way he talks, his masculinity, all that, not just looks.
yes, 100%. To be the most to make him wait. Can you say the beginning part again, like your initial question?
Do you
Sorry.
think it's important for a man to try to raise his sexual market value to the highest level that he can? As far as his looks, as far as his money, as far as his status, as far as his career, as far as his masculinity. Because the overall question is that, again, this won't alleviate all problems that men may have in life, but do you think it'll cut out a lot of the BS that may come from dealing with women? Because this is where this whole conversation stems from. A lot of young men's frustration with the opposite sex. And I think it's important to have these conversations with the opposite sex, as long as is the opposite sex, the woman, can articulate in a good way why she feels a particular way. I don't want to just bring any old person up here to just say some shit to try to get a moment, but a woman who can actually articulate why it may be this way. So do you think it is important for a man to try to raise his SMV to as high as he can?
Yes. I don't think it's necessarily because of a woman, just because of a woman. A good woman is a consequence of that process. But what he's really doing when he's trying to raise himself to his full potential is he's
Mhm.
building his confidence and he's boosting that testosterone. So what he's doing is with every accomplishment, he's getting that testosterone boost, which is going to eventually make him happier. It's going to make him more productive. It's going to make him stronger, right? To
Mhm.
start, like men need that. They need that testosterone. So he doesn't want to become stagnant because at some point, like inflation exists. So where you are right now, next year, it's not going to have the same value. So you need to keep moving forward because you don't want to get to a point where you're depending on somebody else. And dependency is a feminine thing. You're going to be building estrogen. You're going to get depressed. Men should do this because it's going to build their confidence, because it's going to make them better men. And the more that you do this, the more of a man you become, whatever you want to define that is, as the better your options will be. It's just a consequence. You know, you work out to be healthy. A positive consequence of that is you get the body that you like. You get the muscles that you like. A woman is a muscle.
Okay.
You see me. I'm 2 pounds lighter too. Just to put it out there for the people. I'm 2 pounds lighter. But yeah, no, but anyway. Danielle, same question that I asked Miss Chris. What is going on with Roxy's connection? Roxy, I'm trying to connect you.
Mm-hmm.
You make too much money for your internet to be acting like that.
Yeah, I think that men should do their best to be the best person that they could be.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically what you're saying. Yeah, I think everybody should do their best to be the best they can be at all times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Married, single, not whatever.
Right. So like stagnation, a person that's just cruising on by, a man that's just cruising on by, you wouldn't consider that an attractive trait. Like a man that just does just enough to maintain. Is that an attractive trait to you, or do you care? Does it not bother you? What do you think about
It depends on where his just enough is.
Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. Fellas, let me talk to the fellas. How important do you think it is for a man to raise his SMV to the highest potential? Now, I'm sure all of you are quite familiar with what SMV is. You probably heard it on several panels before. So I'll start with the black man. Black man, how important is it? If you know your sons, if you're trying to educate them on what to do to become the best possible version of themselves, how would you go forth about that? How important is it?
I think it's very important. I think when you hold yourself at a standard and give yourself morals and standard, then you won't be in these videos crying. You won't be boys to men on bended knee. You're right. You'll have confidence in yourself, and when she comes to you and say bow on your knees, then you're able to smile and walk away. You're able to say, okay, yeah, you're not the one for me. You missed out. Right? You need to understand that you're the prize. You need to understand that you are worth something. Right? You are the market. Right now, you and the same thing I'll tell my daughter. When it comes to my daughter, I tell my daughter the same thing. Either you can go out and listen to your friends, because right now the trending word is whole phase. Enjoy your whole phase. I told my daughter, I understand. I know you haven't told me about it, but I understand that there are people out there that's your age that's talking about the whole phase at a young age, ladies and gentlemen. My daughter has come home and told me that there's girls sitting at the lunch table with her that she don't know, and some she do know, talking about how they're going to have sex with one, to manipulate one of the teachers, have sex with the teacher, how they have this pact that they're going to, that one of the girls says that she's having sex with her next door neighbor's husband.
Jesus.
Yeah.
How old is your daughter? How old are these
my daughter at the time, my daughter's 18 now. My daughter was 15, 16 at the time. And my daughter was coming home telling me, I'm glad we have that relationship. She come home and say, Daddy, I heard some stuff today. She say, I don't know what I need to say about it. One of my friends said that her mama worked night shift, and the lady next door, her and her husband that are married, they don't have any kids. They're married. Her and my mom work together, same shift. And while they're at work, she's over there having sex with the daddy. Over there having sex with the husband. And she's 16. And so, I'm thinking, okay, baby. Then she said they're over there making pacts. Who can sleep with what teacher first? Girl, he fine. Oh, he fine. Girl, I'm gonna give him some. I bet you I can get him before the end of the year. Right? And so now we have to understand the sexual marketplace value is not just with adults. It's starting early. My daughter at 16 was a dancer for her high school. I picked my daughter up from dance practice. She gets in the car. A lady comes out and walks past my car. I'm a man, of course. I'm not going to be like, golly, roll down the window. That's disrespectful. But a young lady, a woman walked past my car. Built like Serena Williams. Mm-hmm. And I said, Lord, in my mind, I'm like, Lord. I said, baby, that's your new dance teacher? And my daughter said, no, Daddy, we the same age. She's 16. I said, you lie. I said, no, ma'am. I said, I can't, no, ma'am. You lying to me. She said, she's 16. She said, Dad, that's the girl I was telling you about that's having sex with the neighbor. Look, every bit of 27. Long hair, breasts way out here, hips out here, built like Serena Williams, bro. Blew my mind.
Yeah.
Right? And so the sexual marketplace starts early. And I think parents are so in denial. I don't want to derail here. Parents are so in denial about the sexual market value, sexual marketplace value, that they're not even speaking to their kids about it. And their kids are starting to find out on their own, and they're finding out from inexperienced people. And then they have their experiences based on half-ass experiences from other people. They shouldn't be listening to 15-year-olds give the advice of what sex is. They should be listening to the 40-year-old mama, 39-year-old daddy telling them, hey, listen, you got to value yourself. And I tell my daughter, either, and I like to use analogies, baby, they found a shipwreck in Miami under the water, a father and son. They went down and found 150-year-old wine at the bottom of the ocean. And they took it all up. They had barrels of it, thousands of gallons of it. And they sell it right now in the restaurant for $75,000 a bottle. Damn. I said, baby, you see how it was kept? It was in a dark area. It was cool. It was untouched. But you see how the longer it was untouched, the more valuable it is. Now, I say now either you can be the wine that the man will come along and see value in and pay $75,000 for, and you'll have a man that will be in your life that will be there for you, and you guys can grow and build together. Or you can go to Walmart and get you some barefoot for $3.99 that everybody shop and get every day and pop open every night. You have to make your decision. I told my daughter, that decision is yours on how many miles you put on your Honda. And I'm done. Benediction.
I hear that. Mic drop. King Gene. Same question, sir.
Yes, sir. I think the SMV is very important. I think that young men and young women do their best to attain the highest SMV that they possibly can. But here is the thing that always bothers me. And since this situation and this topic first started to come up, it would appear to me that the material aspect is all that people focus on. Now, hard work is going to get you to the point where you are making, especially for the young brothers, let me say this, hard work is going to get you to the point where you are producing well, where you're making the money that you need to make. But the morals and the principles and the values that you're taught are going to keep you there. You got so many brothers who are committing suicide, or let me change it. Let me say they're deleting themselves for the YouTube algorithm.
Right.
And I think a lot of that is because of the fact that they've been taught just to produce. We don't care how you feel. We don't care what you think. We don't care what you're going through. Just produce. Just bring something to bear. And if they don't have the morals and the values to help them deal with the difficulty that they face on a day-to-day basis, they may make the money for a period of time. They may attain all this wealth, but they're still not going to be happy. They're not going to be fulfilled because there's nothing else there. A man does not result from the thing that he possesses. This is just not how this works. And so the SMV is important, but in addition to that, make sure that you're standing on something that's firm. Because now if the stock market crashes, what's going to happen to the wealth that you have? Or are you going to do like some people over in Japan who take a long walk off of a short building, kill themselves, or jump out of a window because the stock market has crashed? So it has to be something else that your life is built on. It has to be something that you're standing on that's solid, that's firm, that can help you to endure when difficult circumstances come your way. And I think that's missing from the conversation. Yes, I can make $100,000 a year. Yes, I can make it over 3 to 5 years. Yes, I have a group of people around me who form a network. I got all this stuff. But in the quiet hours at night, when doubts creep in, when difficulties come your way, how are you handling it? And we're not handling it well because we're losing more brothers and sisters to suicide. So that's all I'm saying. SMV is important. It is. But make sure you have something else to stand on beside that.
Okay. Yeah, because that won't stand always, Doc. It's going to leave you.
It is.
You're going to look like Halle Berry, and next day, and then in 25 years, you're going to look like Chuck Berry.
Right.
You got to have something to stand on, Doc.
And when I say sexual market value, I want people to really get that I'm not solely talking about looks. I'm talking about everything that encompasses being a man. Now, I'm really not speaking on the ladies SMV because I really want to focus on the dudes and some of the frustrations that they're having with SMV, with this talk, with attaining a high quality mate. But Nurse Roxy, do you think have you heard what we've been talking about so far? I know your internet is acting janky over there. Are you all
It's
right?
not. It's StreamYard. It's not. It's StreamYard.
No, ma'am. StreamYard's working just fine. There's your internet.
You think so? I don't know.
You
Okay.
have direct you got that direct TV. Do you got the direct TV internet right now?
Everything's flowing. Everything's flowing over here. I'm
Roxy,
telling you, it's StreamYard.
I know you got a simp over there that work for AT&T that can come through and wire you up now.
I know.
Go check that Rolodex.
Much money right now for your internet connection.
Oh
Your
my
internet is
God, you
acting
so
real
funny.
simpish right now. Acting real simpish.
I'm gonna let you have that, CJ. No, it's StreamYard. Anyway,
But anyway, do you feel men should raise their SMV to the highest level? Now, when I say SMV, I'm talking about looks, their money. I'm talking about everything that makes them a man, their masculinity, all that. How important do you think it is for a man to raise that to the highest level?
it's so funny. That's such a good question because I think that it's important for a person to feel their best, their personal best. So I mean, I feel like do it for you. You know what I mean? So I believe in the theory and the ideas around self-development and self-improvement. I feel like do it for you though. Um, do I think it's important? Um, yeah, I think it's important, but I don't like I'm with King Gene on this one. I don't think it's the most important. Because I think people get so hung up on it that I've literally been around people who are so competitive. Like it's to the point where it's just like almost sickening. I mean, like when I say competitive, it's almost like you're around them and it's just like a laundry list. I'm doing this, I'm doing this, I'm doing this, I'm doing this, I'm working on
Nurse
this, I'm
Roxy,
working on
Nurse
this.
Roxy, not to cut you off real quick, but I know
Sure,
I'm gonna
sure.
let you hold that thought. I know
Sure.
Ebony has to go. I want her to have the
Sure, sure,
opportunity
sure, please.
to her platform real
Sure.
quick. That
Hi, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the
Hey,
show. My name is Chris. I have a show called The Blooming Ebony, where here on YouTube, sorry, I haven't done this in a while. Here on YouTube, you can find me at The Blooming Ebony. We talk about femininity, masculinity, and kind of diving into the science behind it. And you can also follow me on Instagram at The Blooming Ebony as well to stay tuned with any updates that I may have. So hope you have a good night and enjoy the rest of the CJK experience. Wow, that was hard.
yeah, no, you're good. I appreciate you being here. Happy belated birthday, by the way.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Have a good night,
Happy
everyone.
birthday.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, Nurse Roxy, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that is not it should be the most important. I think sometimes people put too much value on it. I mean, I've been around people. God, I've been trying so hard not to get too personal because I don't want nobody stumble on these videos. It'd be like Raquel is talking about me. But I've been around people who like they take it to the next level. Like, oh my God, I'll just give you a little story about this one person. I swear I'll keep this story as short as possible. So this young man I know, like he's like a tiny bit over 40. And he had this thing where I noticed that I had met him maybe when he was about like maybe 37 or oh my God, probably 30, actually probably about 35, maybe. Not even probably 34, 35. Anyways, a relative, one of my in-laws. And he is one of those type of people who is like everything that he does is like very showy, kind of like really out there. I can do this, I can do this, I can do that. And like he's at the gym all the time. You know what I mean? He's one of those type of people who really believes in like going on trips with his friends. And he's married, but he really believes in going on trips with his friends. And when he's out, he's the type of person shirt off and everything. His wife is more of like a homebody. And I noticed that when he is kind of like around the family, again, he's one of my in-laws. So like when he's around the family, like that's what he likes to position himself like, yes, I'm motivating me and all of my cousins to stay in the gym, look good, whatever. And again, a lot of this posts and all the stuff on social media. And one day he just like is just casually telling me like how he like going to strip clubs. And I mean that's a thing for him. He likes going to strip clubs in general. A married man like going strip club. But again, like I always get the sense from him is that he's so into self-development. He's so into I got this money. Like he's been posting like when he reached to the status of a millionaire. I guess with the properties and things that he owns, he decided to start posting that stuff on social media. And so like he's like one of those people. And so I feel like he's very much into his look and everything. And recently the family went to this big trip. I'll just leave it that way. And in the video clip that they posted on IG, he had his wife is standing right there, but she's more of a homebody. He took pretty much everything off, and you could definitely see his package just in the thing. I mean, he had his swim stuff on, but it was like speedo kind of like. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, this is the extreme to me of the SMV that you're talking about, where it's just like you have a person who you like. Do you need your sexual market value to be high when you're a married man? Like I don't know if I'm like because I'm new to the SMB thing, but I'm just like when I think about it, I think about him because he's always that extreme to me because the red pill crowd tends to talk about this kind of like staying on top of yourself, being good, self development. And I agree with it. And I think a man should be focused on it, but I do feel like there are times where it can be kind of extreme. Whereas like you have it together, but like should you be worried about your sexual? And this is a question I'm asking for the men on this panel. Should you be worried about your sexual market value if you're a married man?
100%. I think so.
I'd agree.
So explain to me, please. Let me know when I
because you got to understand it's not just looks. It's not to just maintain a woman. It may be the driving force. And this leads into the question of the question I was going to ask, but I'll answer yours and let the fellas answer 100%. Because if he falls off, in my opinion, I feel like if he falls off, if he stops being the unmotivated man that you fell in love with, if he stops going to the gym working out, if he stops making the money, if he stops being unmotivated, that is all encompassed with SMV, right? So if he's doing that, you're no longer going to be attracted to the man that you fell for because he's no longer the man that you fell for. He's something else. He's something else. He's not the man that you fell for. He is a totally different dude. That's if you really want to keep it real, it's crucial to keep your SMV high in a relationship or a marriage than it is more so out here in the game because you playing one-on-one with the same person every day. Every day, not a different chick every week. You gotta stay on point. I feel like that. People talk about the passion leaves relationships. Yeah, because you got lazy. Women get with these men. They stop doing the things that they did to get them. You stop sucking his dick. You stop working out. You become out of shape. You stop cooking. You stop cleaning. You stop doing all that stuff. Female SMV is dropping. What are you there for? If he's doing what he's supposed to do and you add nothing, what are you there for? Same with the men. What are you there for if she's paying the bills, if she's taking care of the kids, she's doing all the cleaning? I mean, you're not working. You ain't going to work. You clearly see how women feel about men with low SMV with that video we just watched. Quick to put them on blast. So
I hear you. I hear you.
And like you just said, women are attracted to women that other men want. I mean, that other women want. Women are attracted to men that other women want. If your husband is a fat bully ball loser, when you take him to the functions, and he don't work, he don't contribute. He's known for being a loser, and not just looks, but he's known for being a loser. He don't contribute. They know you paying for everything. Do you really want to be in social settings with a man like that?
No,
that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Oh, they go Roxy with her bum ass husband. Don't do nothing.
Oh no!
All he do is sit down on all day and play 2K. He used to be such a cool dude. Now look at him. Roxy got her business popping. Now he don't do nothing. Look at his damn gut sticking out. Look at him. Oh yeah, I'm talking that fitness shit because I'm losing. I'm talking about talk right now. But yeah, look at him now. All he do is sitting there letting Roxy do all the work. He's a loser. And I know women don't like being with losers. Especially ones with in social settings with a career like yours where you have to interact with people. Oh, Roxy, let's invite Roxy to the function. I don't know. Her husband kind of a bum. You know what I'm saying? That's you don't want King Gene, black man. What y'all got?
No, I'm with you fully, man, because Roxy, when you think about it, the SMV, when we consider it, it's one of the things that pushes a man to reach his full potential. And then it keeps you on that path. So when you look at your husband, and that's for both Roxy and Danny, when you look at your husband, if he's endeavoring to keep his SMV high, he turns into a different person over the course of y'all's relationship because he's trying to become better and better and better at providing and better and better and better at protecting. But at the same time, while he's doing that, he's continually reaffirming his manhood. He's continuing to do that. I'm a man based upon the fact that I'm able to take responsibilities that I've taken upon myself and continue to meet those responsibilities. And look, I'm able to meet the responsibilities better now than I was when I met you. So that's the driving force to continue to be better and better and better. And as a result
I feel
of it,
you on that.
And as a result of it, you still be coming. He still come in and you got on something. We good to go.
And guess what, Nurse Roxy? Guess what? If he's constantly keeping his SMV, keeping himself valuable, keeping himself at the best version of himself, it's gonna force you to stay on your toes. You're gonna have to by default if you want to keep your man.
Nah, when I tell you keeping it so buck because like even that like we both work from home and like that's something for me like that's why my son goes to school. Yeah, we work from home, but he got to go because mom and dad got to have their time.
Exactly.
And it's funny like you're saying it because like of course like my husband goes to the gym like every day, and so that is a motivator. I can't deny that. And then like even with myself, like I wear little things like purposely. Like I put on outfits all the time just because I know like I guess in my mind, like I guess even in my mind, I think to myself, like you going to the gym all the time. I'm sure you're seeing like beautiful women, beautiful bodies all the time there. So like when we're in the house, I just always like to put something on. Like, even if it's just like little, a Calvin Klein little sets, stuff like that. It don't have to always be like lingerie stuff. It could just be like cozy stuff, but it will be like cute little shit,
Right.
little cheeks,
Don't get no
little
stalkers on
shit.
this because
Little cheeks.
they'll come stalk you. Don't get no stalkers on here.
No, but I'm just saying in this
Yeah.
sense, like it doesn't have to be like all lacy and shit like that. But I do like
Right.
to kind of keep it together just cause. But I feel you, CJ. I feel you. I feel you.
Because
No,
you
I
don't
really
have a
feel you.
choice. If you want to keep
I
your
don't
man,
have a choice. You're right.
It's not an option. You
Right.
have to.
You're perfectly right. You're right.
Right.
I don't have a choice.
And,
And
and,
you damn right.
and you know what, Roxy? I'm gonna say this before I got to head out, but I'm gonna say this too. When we get in those positions like that, and when we conform, or we get comfortable in those areas, and then we start to hear our women, especially with our women. I'm hearing this with my sisters, my aunts, my cousin, and them when they say, "Girl, when you gained a lot of weight, and he married you," and when men are visual. Men marry what they see, women marry what they feel. That is just what it is. When a man sees you and he wants to approach you and to get to know you, he's looking at what he sees. He's attracted to what he sees. And so and that's why sometimes you see these fine women with these big old teddy bear dudes, because women are more emotional. They attach themselves to you emotionally. Men are visual. And so what happens is this. I hear my aunts and cousin and them say, "Girl, I didn't had a baby," and some of them have not. But girl, as I got older, he just got to love. Yeah. He's gonna have to just love me for me, with scratch marks and all. He gonna have to. I said, okay, all right. Don't you feel the same? Because they always try to pull me into these conversations. Then when I get done with them, you can hear a rat piss on the cotton ball. But I'm gonna say this. I said, ma'am, no, I don't want no woman to love me for me. She said, why the hell would you want to do that? I said, because if I'm asking a woman to love me for me, that means I'm asking her to be complacent with me and keep me where I am. I need a woman that will challenge me to be the best man, to be the best me. And if I'm asking you to love me for me, then I'm asking you to deal with my fat ass, deal with my attitude, deal with my insecurities, deal with all my. I need you to come into this thing and say, listen, wake your big ass up and go to the gym. I need you to say, get up and let's go walking. Let's go on a trip. Let's go spend some time together. Let's broaden our horizons. Don't love me for me, but help me be the better me.
You
All that
preaching there,
love me
brother.
for me, and I mean, come on, man. The doors of the church is open.
That's real talk. And again, and just because you are the best version of yourself, that don't mean you won't get done wrong by a woman. That don't
Right.
mean that don't
Right.
guarantee nothing.
Exactly.
But it does give you the options just in case if some stuff went left,
Right.
you will be okay. You're not gonna be depressed and crying and everything like that. You
Right.
dig what I'm saying?
Exactly, bro.
So black man, you say you gotta go. Let me blow you up real quick so you can let the people know about where they can find you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name, my content, Black Man Unfiltered, Black Man Unfiltered Network. Just type it in and you'll see my face in the avatar like this. And so you'll go and do that. And subscribe to the page, subscribe to the channel, get in there and look at some of that content and enjoy yourself, okay? Also, guys, anybody else that's on this panel tonight, I always like to, I'm not a selfish person. We all out here in these streets. And so we got to get CJ, man. We got to get the high value nurse 1,000 subscribers by the end of this year.
Let's
And
do
before that, so we need to subscribe here. Hit that like button. If you're in here watching right now, you're getting all this comedy, you're getting all this realness, you're getting the simps, you're getting the.
We at 968 right now. Let's do it.
Come on. And I need you guys to go. How many people watching right now? How many people watching?
Oh, 4 right now.
4. But hell, that don't matter. When 2 or 3 are gathered, watch this. Those 4 people right now, go ahead and hit the like button right now. We're gonna wait on you. Go ahead. I'll give you 4 seconds because it don't take long. 1,
Amen, Pastor.
2, 3, 4. Okay, we need 4. Okay, now if you here watching right now, you haven't subscribed, then you watching cable for free. You pay YouTube TV, you pay AT&T. Now you got to come through here and pay the high value nurse. And he ain't giving you a bill. All he asking you to do is hit that red button that says subscribe.
I'm clipping that. Now that's gonna be the outro to every show.
Hey.
Now, guys, I love you, and I want to say this before I get out of here. I'll go back to my preacher voice here for you for a second. Do something nice for somebody today. When you wake up on Monday morning, do something nice for somebody. Buy somebody Starbucks that's in order behind you. Buy somebody's a family breakfast that's in the car behind you at the local McDonald's. Stay your ass away from McDonald's. But if you are at McDonald's and somebody's behind you, go ahead and buy their food. And if you can't find anybody to do anything nice for, please, self-care is the best care. Do something nice for yourself. You guys have a great evening. This has been Black Man Unfiltered. Peace.
All right, black man. I appreciate you coming through, man. Thank you.
Absolutely,
All right,
bro.
bro.
See you
Take
next
it easy
Sunday.
now.
All righty.
Peace, brother. Oh, I like him.
Yeah.
Black man's cool.
Yeah, good
man.
dude. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I definitely agree. But let me see. What did I? So you asked us about that. So I was gonna ask you all a question. Now we know that a lot of men are motivated by women. Most of what a lot of dudes do is for women or to get a woman. So I wanted to ask you all, what do you all think is the price? Because everything has a price. And what do you all think is the price for a high quality, submissive, attractive, cooperative woman? What is the price for that? Because you're gonna pay in some way. What do you think? Let me start with Danielle. What do you think, Danielle?
So the thing is, women are complicated, right? It could be some core things that you need, but every woman ain't the same and don't want the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say core things that you need is you gotta know how to lead. You gotta know how to protect and provide. You got to know how to show kindness to her. Make her feel valuable in whatever way she needs. As long as she's feeling secure and provided for, and feel like she can trust your leadership, I think that she would definitely submit.
All right. King Gene, what's the price for a woman like that? High quality, attractive, cooperative woman. What is the price for that?
I think the price is that you have to be the same as an individual. So I'm right there with Danny on this one. If you want her to be submissive and you want her to be attractive, then are those qualities present in you, right? So like Danny was saying, you want her to be submissive, but can you lead? Okay, you want her to be an individual that supports your dreams. Do you have any dreams? Do you have a direction for the family? You want her to go with you where you going? So I think that the two really, especially when it comes to finding a high quality woman, you have to have yourself already in the position where you can give her the things that she needs to maintain the kind and caliber and quality of woman that she is. I think that's the price of it. You're talking about a high quality woman, then she is maybe wants a certain lifestyle. Can you provide that for her? She might want mental stimulation. Can you provide that for her? Can you have a decent conversation, right? Are you able to enhance what she already has? And that's not necessarily being a simp, because here she's bringing the same things to you, and so you should be able to take the things that she's bringing and reciprocate. That's what I think the price would be.
Okay. Nurse Roxy, same question. What is the price for a high quality, attractive, submissive, cooperative woman? What's the price for that? Can a man be walking around stank, working bare minimum 15 hours a week? Nice guy. Not a bad guy, but walk around stank. He worked minimum 15, 10 hours a week, $12 an hour. Can he pull? Is it likely for him to attract a high quality, attractive, submissive, cooperative woman?
First of all, CJ, you are gaslighting with this scenario here. But to answer your question, I'm completely with King Gene, and even with Nurse DD. What King Gene said was right on it for me. I feel like that is the price. You need to. My thing about it is this: stay in your lane. If you reached up too far out of your league with a woman and you kind of trying to figure it out, then you didn't step into something when you didn't went too far out. Outside of that, um, if you're saying that you want a woman who's driven and motivated, you want a woman who's a performer, you want a woman who stays on top of her stuff, then also be that person. Because everything you said, CJ, because I didn't know what the sexual value, what is it? Sexual market value. Sorry.
Right.
I didn't really know what that was until you explained it. So after your explanation, yeah, I really understand it, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Be be the be it, be able to motivate that person that you're with in a way where it's like the thing that you want, you need to be able to motivate that out that person, or you need to have possess those things. If you want somebody who, like King James said, you want someone who's submissive, you have to be a leader. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be that kind of yin yang thing. It has to be balanced for it to work. So I completely agree with pretty much everybody's feedback related to this question.
Okay. Now, I know everybody tends to say, well, certain things are abstract, they're subjective, and that's fine. I understand that. But in terms of the world that we live in, we have to go by concrete details sometimes. So let me give you an example, right? This whole high value talk was high value to you, may not be high value to me, may not be high value to this person. That's fine. That's called being subjective. But what I'm going to tell you, what's not subjective, okay? The cost of gas being $4 almost, that's not subjective. That's concrete. That's not my opinion. That is an absolute fact. The rising prices of real estate, that's not subjective. That's an absolute fact. The prices are going up. The average cost of an apartment is $1,500 a month. That's not subjective. That is a fact. The average male in this country makes $40,000. That is also a fact. So that leads me to my question. Even though we all have what quote unquote high value is, my question is being just okay good enough in today's world? Not just with relationships, but just being okay, average. Is that good enough? Knowing that we have these things where it's almost impossible to live a decent quality of life. It's almost impossible to do that with just being okay. You know, if the average person making $11 an hour and they working 40 hours a week, you pay your bills and you're done for pretty much for the most part for the rest of the week. So is being okay good enough? King Gene, start with you.
Absolutely not, because uh, like you mentioned, if you're living paycheck to paycheck and you're just okay, then it only takes one catastrophe. That's all it takes, and you're done for. Most of us who live in the United States who are doing just okay don't have enough savings to where we're prepared for if a disaster strikes us. So I think that being okay is not enough. It's just not, especially when, uh, as men. Now I'm gonna jump on the head of the men for a minute. You know, I love y'all, but I got to be honest. Especially if you have the time to put more effort into acquiring the resources that your family needs. Listen, if you can sit and play Madden or 2K for 5 to 6 hours, you can take that time and do something that's going to benefit you and your family. So it's not that we don't have the time to be above average. It's just that some of us are too lazy to get up and do something that we know is going to benefit us. So I think that just being okay is and that's not going to work nowadays because things are becoming more expensive, as you said, CJ, and you're going to have to meet those things with more effort. That's the only way you're going to be able to survive.
Before I get to the ladies, I wanted y'all to see this, right? Just so y'all understand the severity of what I'm talking about. This is from CNBC. This says, according to the Department of Labor report released Wednesday, food at home prices climbed a whopping 6.5% over the last 12 months. Meat, poultry, fish, eggs saw the highest price increases. The cost of eating away from home rose to 6% over the last year. It's the highest jump since 82. It says, like grocery store shoppers, restaurants are also battling higher food costs. But they have more levels to pull to keep prices low for dinners. Um, so this just pretty much talks about what Domino's is doing to try to keep the price of food low. But that's what I mean. You know what I'm saying? I've gotten so much pushback for saying being average is bad. And I really think I've got put like shunned from certain areas in certain shows because I said being average is not good. When I can give you concrete evidence to show you why it's not good. Not just because of how you feel, but because this is what it is to survive. If you want to live a standard of living, you got to maintain it. So, Danny, let me ask you: is being okay just good enough
For who?
for you?
No. I'm above average. My husband is above average. I expect my children to be above average. I expect everybody to do their best. And ain't nobody in my house average.
Good. Happy to hear that. Nurse Roxy, same question. Is being okay good enough? A lot of people think that, everybody has a certain role to play in society. And the harsh truth is, everybody isn't going to make it. That's a fact.
You already know, CJ. You already know that's my thought. I mean, that's my the reason why I have to say that is this is I feel like sometimes when people say the things they want to study in school, sometimes that can be a nice little starting point of a conversation that will go left for me and has gone left for me. um it's one thing when you're talking about people who want to be in industries where it's like you're about to go into a career. Like when you say you're about to do something that is like, okay, this is a career path, this is something that you can do, people do, this is a professional role, you're going to be utilizing skills, it all makes sense. Oh, shout out Vinny, that's my sister. Shout out from
Oh,
Vietnam.
that's your sister. Okay.
Yes,
Oh,
peace.
okay. Shout out to Vinny.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
She
Yeah.
been
telling
telling
my
on y'all.
stories
She been
now.
telling on y'all. No, I'm just playing. I'm playing. I'm playing. She ain't snitching. I'm sorry.
Look, she about to be in there. She about to be able to blow my spot up. But
Right.
yeah, to answer your question, I feel like everybody has different things that they want to be. You know what I mean? Different things they want to do. Like she is like, in fact, that sister is like she's so above average. Like she went to Ivy League college, she went to law school, and then like now she's like, management, like over a company in Vietnam. People think she's in the service. She's not even in the service. She's just over there making bread. You know what I mean? Like, but anyway, like,
Nurse Roxy's sister, Miss Vinny, you need to come holler at a player.
yeah,
So
making
we can
making
get some
bread.
tips popping off on the CJK experience. We would love to have you on as a guest and talk about your experiences as a
Give you
lawyer over in
some legal
Vietnam.
advice.
For real.
Right, yeah, please come through.
Yeah.
Nurse Roxy, please set that up. Have your sister pull up on us one of these days.
Okay, sure, you got it. But
Yeah.
the point that I was making is like yeah, like everybody wants different things for themselves. And like I'm at a place right now in my life that it's like literally there's so many things that I've been trying to manifest in my life. And literally every single day I just commit to it. I just keep committing to it. Like the very, very first business I started, kind of slow start, didn't really do what I wanted to do, whatever, but it ain't stopped me from starting a second one. You know what I mean? Like I just try to keep myself busy, and I try to also not put all my eggs in one basket. You know what I mean? And definitely big on investing in myself to take care of my family. And when I say take care of my family, not just my household, like my family knows how I feel about like just looking out for them. You know what I mean? So I think it depends on your vantage point of like who you want to take care of and what it is that you want for your life. Some people really, they're so, I don't know, limited in their thinking that they only really think about accomplishing just for them. So if you have like a very short sight, then it's like what I consider um average. You probably think, oh, it's just fine, I'm only taking care of me. But anytime you start telling yourself you want to do something greater, and I remember one time this guy I used to talk to back in the day. I remember he said to me, he was like, this was like after we stopped talking, but we're still pretty cool. And he was just telling me how he wanted to start having children. He was dating somebody at the time. He was like, I really want to start having kids. And I thought it was like so irresponsible of him, because I still think that he should have been thinking about marrying this woman first, but he was thinking about children. And the funny thing he said is that he wanted to start having children because he felt like it would really motivate him. And I mean, when I tell you for years, that thing racked my mind, because I thought to myself, how ass backward is that a wife would motivate you, trying to get married would motivate you, but a kid would. Now, again, not trying to judge a brother, but actually, after I had my son, his words always came back to me, because there's so many things I'm motivated to do. Like, fear that I'll have that something may go wrong or go left or whatever, but I'll still stretch out and go ahead and do it because I'm thinking about him. and I'm thinking about his future, and I'm thinking about him reflecting back on it, like my mom did all of this just so I can have it, some type of advantage in some way. So to your question about people being average, it all depends on what people want in this life. Some people really just want some real simplistic things that make them happy, and maybe that's just good enough for them. But I know for me, I couldn't imagine, like, CJ, your taste level is so up there that I know that you could not settle with being average, because you want the very best. You like traveling. I mean, that's expensive taste. Period. So you already wouldn't be okay with being average. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if in 5 years you are making all the money that you've ever dreamed to make, because you're not going to stop.
At all for nobody.
Yeah,
For nobody. Not even my own mama. And I love my mama.
I
But
don't
if she
think you're
told
gonna
me to
stop.
slow down, I'm not doing it. I can't do it. I don't know how. And that's the thing, Nurse Roxy. A lot of people have to find that motivation. Now, I don't have
Hmm.
children. I don't have
Hmm.
children. So I had to find another motivation that was gonna keep me going. Luckily, I stumbled across a cruise ship that introduced me to a whole nother world of living. I saw how
Hmm.
other people making good money were living. And then when
Hmm.
I found out nurses could touch $1 million with a lot of
Hmm.
hard work, but it was possible, that's all I needed to hear.
Hmm.
Because I knew that was my way. I knew that some way, with God on my side and work ethic, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to touch $1 million. I'm going to touch more than that. It's possible some way, but you just got to find that motivation. And a lot of dudes are so self-motivated by women, and that is going to bite them in the ass every time, because when you are, and not just but people, when you motivated by people that ain't maybe your kids or whatever, but when you just motivated by people and people motivate you, they will let you down. And when people
Hmm.
let you down, the motivation's gone.
Right.
If your sole purpose for getting in shape was for a woman, and then if that woman
Hmm.
steps out on you, you stop working out.
Hmm.
All your motivation's gone. That's horrible. If your whole motivation was to make more money was for your woman or for your man, and the man steps out, your motivation's gone. It's gone just like that. That's the wrong
See,
reason to be motivated. And that's my problem with a lot of the guys in that space. Because most of them, what they want to do is for a woman. And I'm trying to talk to fellas like, bro, like it can't, like that's cool as a starting point. You want to look better because you want to get a better quality of woman. Cool. I'm with that. But at some point, it got to be for you.
yep.
Same with the ladies. You know what I'm saying? Like, ladies, y'all have to want better for you. You don't have to be with no Dusty if you don't want to be. But you got to see enough worth in yourself to know I don't want a Dusty. I don't need a Dusty. Let me get a good man. He ain't gotta be no simp. You know what I'm saying? But a good man,
Mhm.
though. You dig? So that's how I feel about that, man. For real, for real.
And CJ is no different than a job. I feel the same way about work. If you're motivated to do your very best because somebody's cutting you a check and because you have a title, but you wouldn't feel that motivated and driven to do it for yourself. One thing I
Man.
love about this panel right here is all of us are entrepreneurs. All of us have started businesses because all of us see the true value in ourselves, our individual selves. You can look yourself in the mirror and say, I'm going to put all the bets on this horse, not my employer. Because guess what? If your employer lets you go, that's why some people, and I feel so sorry for some people being that fragile. They put so much value in their employer that all you got to do is be written up, you're pulled in the office, a little talking to, whatever, and your world starts shaking because so much is riding on that employer. You know what I mean? Or that title. So you got to be able to it got to be greater than it got to be greater than you, but it definitely has to start with you. You know what I mean? It has to start with you. You have to build yourself up. You have to have that self-confidence and that self-development. You have to have it inside of you. You have to. And you got to invest in yourself. Got
Yeah.
to.
And it's more, and a lot of people too, like, man, Kevin Samuel said something that made so much sense to me. he was talking about like a lot of dudes, young dudes are entitled. And he was like, young dudes call them out, they want to do something they passionate about. No, you 20 something you don't have the skill.
Right.
You need to go out here. And people always want to talk about the entrepreneur, and entrepreneurship is good, but it's nothing without financial backing. Meaning that if you don't have an acquired skill, if you're not getting paid a certain amount for your skill at an hourly rate, then it don't make no sense. Everybody can go out here and say, oh yeah, I'm an entrepreneur. I sell
Got
pop cans
LLC.
on the side. I got an LLC. It doesn't make sense though. You have to get good at something. That's the grind. You have to get good at something that is going to be valuable to other people to where you can get paid enough money to do something. I didn't want to be no nurse. I tell people that all the time. Like, I did not want to be a nurse. I didn't know what I wanted to be like as a career. I thought I was going to be a star doing something else. I didn't want to be a nurse, but I found out that it was something that I could do and I could become better at, and it was going to make me a lot of money. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? And you do have to have a care for people too. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I'll be a liar if I said money wasn't a huge motivation for me being a nurse and the freedoms of nursing. And I'm sure that's the same for you, King Gene. Engineering. That's probably why you got in the game, because you knew what could come from that. It was a skill. I'm sure some days you don't feel like engineering shit. You just want to be like, you want to be like, I just want to sit here and chill. You know what I'm saying? It'd be plenty of days where I don't feel like going to work, but the grind, it's that grind inside that won't let me sit down. Man, them women nurses was in there, made me feel like, you ain't putting in enough. When that girl told me she did that 10-day stretch, I said, oh, I'm fucking up. I ain't did nothing. She getting it in. And she showed me she made 12 bands in 1 month. 12 bands. Not being on a contract. Not being on a contract, not being on a travel assignment. Now that might not be for everybody, and that, everybody may not want that. But I was like, damn, I was impressed. I was very impressed. And she had a child. She has a child. 12 bands. She showed me the statement. She made 12 bands in 1 month. And that's why it's so important too, men and women, to get around people that's constantly upgrading, because that's going to motivate you. I believe God sent that to me. Just, you need to step it up.
Yeah.
Step it up some more. You need to step it up. And that's why I'm happy that people like Danny, Nurse Roxy, King Gene, I can personally reach out to every single one of them, because it's important to have a circle of people that's evolving and not people that's trying to be on some, I'm all right. Okay, I'm straight. It's not enough. Your circle is everything. Your circle is everything. The people you keep around you, the people you talk to on a daily basis, that's everything. The energy transfers, bro. But a lot of people, but see, I just met these people not too long ago. You got to be scared to walk that journey alone too. Until you within your journey that's on the same type of time you on, because it's always when you're trying to do something major, you're gonna really find out what being by yourself looking like. You're gonna really find out. Am I lying? What y'all think about that? What's y'all experience in that? When you really try to set out and do a goal, you're gonna find out who your people really is.
CJ, when I said I was writing a book, I had 2 people who were very close to me. I could not even get them to even help me with a lawyer, because I went through a publisher, so they had their own editing and legal people and stuff. But just doing a once over, just a look over, glance over. When I say I couldn't get that at all, and it just kind of reminded me, like, you got to get away from people like this. And you talking about lonely, it is extremely lonely, because when you're working on something, it's something that means a lot to you and it requires a lot of detail and attention. You start realizing some of the immaturity of certain people too, that they can't handle when you're taking care of real business.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they can't handle it. They can be there to kick it with you, and they can ain't nothing, no fault of their own, because some people is, everybody got their purpose in place. But when you really think about you almost think to yourself, how could I be spending so much time and so close to somebody that something that means this much to me don't mean anything to them? Make you to really reevaluate that friendship,
Nurse Roxy and Danny, do y'all know how many how many nurses I've talked to that say their husbands have divorced them or they mate have done them wrong once they got their license?
Damn.
I've talked to dozens of nurses with that same story. That's
What?
crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
I mean, it's not really crazy to me.
Why you don't think it's crazy?
Because I mean, just like you said, like we make decent money. People wouldn't look at a nurse and think that they can make what we can make. And so a lot of us becoming nurses didn't come from a lot. So who we was around didn't have a lot. Possibly didn't feel like they could have a lot. And so they didn't work hard to get it because they didn't see it and didn't feel like they deserved it. But then you have this woman who stumbled upon a career because maybe she was an aide, because that's what she felt like she could do. But then being around all these other young Black nurses, getting the game, she like, hold on, I can go there for a year and do this. So now she's not stuck in the environment of her spouse. She's into a whole nother environment that's going to feed her. However, men aren't necessarily in this type of field. They're stuck where they're from with those mindsets.
Mm-hmm.
So this woman then grew her mind, then built up the confidence, then had the stamina to go through it, and then made it. Not every man would feel like that's a good woman. They could feel small. They could feel intimidated. They could feel like they don't deserve her. And so absolutely, I could see people doing what they do. I mean, we got a friend right now in a situation because her man was jealous.
Mm-hmm.
She in the situation she in because her man was jealous and couldn't get his own shit together and kept being down on her to the point that it caused her to be in a situation she
in.
You know what I'm saying? And so I don't think it's weird. And I feel bad for the women who get in those type of situations or are in those type of situations and are trying to be loyal to this man because they went through the struggle with them. You know?
Yeah. King Gene, have you ever been in a situation where you had a goal, a dream of yours that you really sat down and buckled through and pushed through and grinded through, and then the homies that you thought was gonna be there and ride out for you, they just wasn't there? You couldn't find them supporting. You ever been in that situation?
Absolutely, brother. And all four of us have, because my situation was going to college. I was the first person in my family to go to college, first person. And I had homeboys, man, and them guys, as long as I was doing something that wasn't productive, they was with me. The moment I decided that I was going to do something that was going to change the rest of my life, then all of a sudden they started falling away. Because one thing about it, though, and it kind of lines up with what Danny said. When you take that kind of responsibility upon yourself to put yourself in a better position in life, right? Then it kind of throws a light on people that's not doing anything. And it's not that you are trying to do that, it just happens. Because if you're in the group of people, then there's one individual that's going a certain way that looks productive, then it's just human nature to say, well, what the rest of y'all doing, man? What y'all got going on? You see, he doing this, what y'all doing? So, like I mentioned, man, that's going to school, maintaining throughout high school, and put myself in the position to go to college. It was a lot of guys, man, that and I thought they were genuine friends. I thought, but then as I mentioned, when I made that decision, and like Danny said, you got the stamina to make it all the way through, and then when you're finished, it's you got people that's like, I can't even believe he did that. Look where he from. Them folks ain't got nothing, but he was able to go to college. And so you have people that just fall away from you. But I mean, I guess in retrospect, it's all part of growth, isn't it? You're growing and you're moving up. And so everybody can't come with you.
You know what term used to bother me? What sentence people used to say that really used to irritate the shit out of me? Must be nice. Whoo, I used to hate when people said that to me because you have no idea what I went through to get it. People used to say that. Like when we first started traveling, I had family members, oh, it must be nice to be able to do that. Must be nice.
Oh, it sure is.
Or boy, you lucky. Oh, that really burns me. Oh boy, you lucky. Lucky? What you mean lucky? No.
Luck ain't have nothing to do with it.
This was intentional. Mixed with God. This is what you're talking about, luck. You did like that. Oh, I'm getting mad thinking that used to burn me up. What you mean lucky? No, nothing about this is lucky. You dig what I'm saying? I had a plan. I stuck to the plan. I went through the grind. And I think because of what the bullshit that we went through, and for somebody to just chop it up as being to luck, that it don't irritate me no more. You know, it might tingle a little bit, but don't irritate me no more. Cause I know that's just what comes with the territory. Cause people, what they don't understand, what they don't know, they don't understand. People will see nurses, doctors, lawyers, engineers, and be like, oh, it must be nice. It must be nice. Boy, you sure was lucky. Do you know the hours it takes to put in to be an engineer? Do you know the hours it takes to be so good that you can have a own engineering business? Do you know the hours of work it takes to write a book that's going to give other people value and not for just you? Do you know the value, the hours it takes to become an accountant, to becoming a successful accountant or a nurse or something like that? Y'all have to stop chopping up people's wins to luck. That's bullshit. I would never disrespect somebody who is highly skilled at something and say, oh, they was lucky. That is so disrespectful to me. That is one of the most disrespectful things you can do to a person. And I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I would never, even if the person just beat me at something, whoop my ass. I ain't gonna say it was luck. I'm gonna say, bro, you good at what you do because I brought it. But you was just a better man that night.
But that's because you're an accountable person. And you don't mind a little hard work. But for people who don't have that in them to work hard, what else are they supposed to think? They don't think that work could get you there.
Man, you right. You right. You right.
So for them, it had to be luck.
Right.
Right.
Just like when one dude be saying, black people who are successful, if it's not luck, you got to be an entertainer or some type of athlete. You can't
or an Illuminati.
Exactly. Even
or you done sold your soul to the devil.
Oh, he got to be an Illuminati to blew up like that. It can't actually be because you worked for it.
Right.
So I mean, that's just what it is.
Next time somebody who not a person of color asks me what do I do for a living, because I get that a lot when I go on vacation and at these resorts, I'm gonna say I'm in the Illuminati. I'm gonna see what they say. I'm gonna troll them a little bit. I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm in the Illuminati, you know. Shout out
the Illuminati.
them.
Where's that located?
That's probably what they gonna say too.
Let me like, is that in where's that? Is that in the States? Where's that?
Right.
Like you're from? Where's that from? Is it Midwest or is it East Coast? Where's that located?
That's probably exactly what they gonna say. Because heaven forbid you tell them you're an engineer or something like that. Boy, them eyes get wide. Engineer.
Because don't they be asking a lot of questions?
They do.
They always want to know, how did you get here? It's almost like you're a runaway slave. How did you get here?
I think I would have to return the question on them, like, why? What you do?
Right.
Exactly.
We was at Dreams resort in Cancun, and Dreams is very nice, but it's not 6-star, but it's nice. It's very nice. Mm-hmm. And this lady, she was just like, what? Because we was like the only black people there. It was like we was sprinkled in there, and we was we was at like the top Sky Bar. And we kept getting these looks. they kept looking at me and Didi like, what is these niggas doing here? Like at the thing. And see, the one guy tried to play us too because we had the preferred club. Now with the preferred club, you get extra access to like the perks, like VIP perks, right? And you pay for that. He's like, well, you tried to play me because he was like, I don't see your name here or whatever. And it was a whole bunch of people. So he's trying to embarrass me. So I said, get him on the phone now. And everything was cleared up. So he made himself look like a jackass. And then the previous night, Didi and Angie had cussed him out too. So it was a whole lot of, you're going to get a whole lot of that, man. And I'm just keeping it real. Like, especially if you're a person of color, man, and they feel like you somewhere you ain't supposed to be. And I know all of them ain't like that, but I'm just keeping it a stack. You're going to get them questions. I get that all the time. All the time. And if I say, I'm like, really? Eyes go buck. Engineer, really? What you thought I was? Next time I'm going to say I'm an athlete, though. I'm going to say, because like when you go to the Dominican Republic, like they thought my dad was a Detroit Lion. And they gave him everything. All types of stuff. All crazy service, all everything. They thought he was a lion. No, but my dad is a biomed engineer. So, but nah, couldn't be. Not to, no, gotta be a athlete. And shout out to all the athletes. Shout out to all the athletes. Y'all work hard. But
absolutely.
Yeah, but I don't know. That's how I feel about it. Didi said, especially if you stay longer than they can afford to. That's a whole fact. Like when we do this London trip, I cannot wait. The London trip all the way. It sails from London to Miami. It's a 18-day cruise. I can't wait that. I'm ready for the questions. I'm getting ready. I'm saying a stripper for one person. Yeah, I'm gonna say a stripper one. I'm gonna say a drug dealer for the next one. I want to make them real uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? I gotta think of some other ones too. I'm gonna tell them I sell plasma. I'm gonna tell them I do all kind of stuff.
I will tell them I don't do nothing.
You should say
I'm a
you should say you should say you're a blood donor.
Yeah. I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something crazy, but ladies and gentlemen, I think that about wraps up today's show. It was another good one in the books. We will not be here next week. Well, at least I won't, because I'll be on a vacation. But anything anybody else want to say before we wrap it up?
I just want you to have a safe trip, you and your queen.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Well, I to not lose your damn camera.
I didn't lose it. I almost lost it. I left it in the driver's car, and he brought it back. And I think it's because I tipped him good.
Good.
Yeah. No,
Thank God for honest people.
I know. He looked like he was going through it too that night. And I said, let me give him a nice tip. Gave him extra $20. I said, take it. You going through something. Because when he picks us up, he's usually like real chipper. He want to talk all day. His name Kevin, cool white guy. And he want to talk all day. But you could just tell, maybe money was funny. This woman was acting crazy. I don't know what it was. So let me throw a little something on top of there. He brought my camera back. So, well, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I'll let y'all go ahead and do y'all platforms. Let me go ahead and start with my sister's keeper.
Hi, my name is Danielle. You can find me on Instagram at Fly Nurse Mom Wife and on YouTube at My Sister's Keeper. Thanks for having me.
All righty. Let's get into Miss Nurse Roxy, if I can get Danny off the screen. Hold on. All right.
All right. So my website is www.acd4n.com. Please check out our events page. Again, that is ACD4N, and that is the number 4. And I can be followed on Instagram at that name, and my Twitter handle is ACD4N_LLC. And please, again, check out our website, www.acd4n.com event page for some upcoming events this month. Thank you. And thank you, CJ, for having me.
No problem.
Mm.
King Gene.
All right. The podcast that I do weekly is called the King Gene. That's actually the name of the channel. Also, we talk about topics that uniquely affect men, and so I encourage you to come and to take a listen to the content. And if you like it, please like, comment, and subscribe. But before you go there, please like, comment, and subscribe to the CJK experience here. Always wonderful people to deal with. CJ and the panelists. It's always a good experience. So we need to help CJ get to 1,000. He's almost there. And so just it doesn't cost you anything to subscribe. So go ahead and subscribe and then turn on all your post notifications. So whenever we do a show, you'll be the first to be notified and you can come and enjoy the festivities. Once again, thank you for having me on, CJ. And man, I hope y'all had the best time on the trip that you all are taking. Bring something back for me, brother.
Oh yeah, King Gene. I'm gonna send you a shot glass or something like that. Hey, listen, I'm gonna have to get all y'all together one of these days. Maybe sometime next year, y'all gonna all have to take like a little 3-4 day weekend. You're gonna have to link up at one of these resorts, one of these cruises, and just have a good time and chill out. We're gonna have to do that.
Okay.
Nurse Roxy, you're gonna have to get your husband out the house.
I know, right?
Tell him to stop looking at the thin wear. You can bring it to the resort. And you know, do that there. You know, we're gonna have to get y'all flued out somewhere.
Exactly. We're
Yep.
supposed to be going somewhere next month, but we'll see.
Okay. And one more thing I want to add, man, too. Y'all gotta set goals real quick, not to get off into a long tangent. Do you know how motivating it is once you accomplish a goal? Like once you set out a goal and you actually accomplish it?
Oh yeah.
Like with this whole weight loss thing, it is addicting.
It is
to watch the scale go down. That's an addiction. You know what I'm saying? Like stepping on the scale once a week, twice a week, however much you do it, pound by pound to go down. That shit is very addicting. And it will motivate you to not eat nothing. You know what I'm saying? I love Cracker Barrel pancakes. Fuck that shit. I'm trying to get to a certain place. I'm good and I love it. Now when I go on this cruise, I'm a fast, but you know, I'm a eat what I want to eat, but I'm gonna just do it in moderations. I'm trying to stay away from the sweets though too much. But it's working out is the key. Just staying active on the ship. That's what a lot of people do. They just go eat and lay down. Can't do that. Can't do that. But y'all set goals and try to accomplish them. It's an addiction, man. It's like Coke. I never did Coke before, but it's like drugs,
For
man.
example.
Like, if you're gonna get addicted to something, at least get addicted to something positive. Addicted to the gym, addicted to winning, addicted to accomplishing goals. You know. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that has been today's episode. And until next time, bid you adieu. Peace.
Peace.